A pleasant good morning. The Economic Development and Agriculture Committee of Wednesday, January the 14th, 2026 is hereby called to order. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, members of the listening and viewing audience, my staff, central staff, and the beautiful people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am Senator Hubert Lorenzo Frederick, and it is my honor to convene the first meeting of the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture for the year 2026. I extend my best wishes for a happy new year as we continue the important work of strengthening the economic foundation of the Virgin Islands. As the chair of this committee, our objective throughout this year is to advance legislation that supports the economic stability, expand opportunity, and promote long-term prosperity to our territory. The close of 2025 demonstrated what was possible when planning, coordination, and execution come together. The recent festival season highlighted the richness of our culture and the unity of our people, while the strong presence of cruise ships and the increased visitor activity reaffirmed the vital role of tourism in our economy. These successes are the result of the dedication and collaboration of our public agencies, our private sector partners, and the frontline workers who ensure safety, organization, and operational efficiency. I want to commend the Department of Tourism, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, and all the emergency management teams that supported our efforts to have a wonderful festival. Your efforts strengthened our cultural celebration, supported our local businesses, and ensured public safety and operational efficiency, and reinforced the vital connection between our festival tradition and economic activity. This new year presents a clear opportunity to build on that momentum and move forward with optimism and purpose. This committee will approach its work with focus, ensuring that sound oversight, thoughtful legislation, and a decisive action plan translate into measurable progress, economic stability, and sustained development for the Virgin Islands. Now let's start today with today's agenda. Madam Clerk.
The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture has scheduled a meeting for today, Wednesday, January 14th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to provide testimony on the following. Block 1. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will receive testimony from the West Indies Company Limited, also known as WICO, on the following. Overview of WICO's current financial status, including key revenue streams, operational challenges, and financial performance indicators. Status of WICO's payment in lieu of taxes, pilot debt, including total amount owed, repayment plans, and impacts on financial operations. Leadership transition plan, including succession planning, timeline, and measures to ensure organizational continuity and stability. Update on infrastructure and berthing capacity improvements, specifically addressing timelines for planned dredging and facility enhancements. Strategic collaborations and partnerships with government agencies, private entities, and other stakeholders to strengthen economic contributions. Invited testifier, Mr. Joseph B. Bushelty, President, CEO of the West Indies Company Limited. Mr. Chair, that's the end of Block 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. If just a little bit of housekeeping, please turn your cellular devices on silent so that it doesn't disturb the proceeding today. And we're going to do a mic check, if you would. We'll start with you, President Busholti. If you would just speak into the mic and state your name.
Morning, Senator. Joe Busholti, President, CEO, West Indian Company Limited.
I'm not sure they heard you clearly. The microphone.
Good morning.
Good.
Joseph Busholti, President and CEO of the West Indian Company Limited.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Mark Sabino, Director of Marine and Cruise Services, the West Indian Company Limited.
Thank you. All right. Mic sounds pretty good. All right. Madam Clerk, please let's have a roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Here.
Senator Frederick present. Senator Maurice C. James. I'm here. Senator James is present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr. present. Mr. Chair, you have 7 present.
All right. I think we've got a non-committee member here too that we should acknowledge. Senator Carla Joseph, welcome.
Thank you.
So let's see, Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to read into the record? Thank you. Okay, at this point, we'll begin. I'd like to ask everyone to please tone down the volume if you have to speak so that it doesn't come through on the meeting. Thank you very much. President Busholti, you may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Economic Development and Agriculture Committee Chairman, Honorable Senator Hubert L. Frederick, committee members, and senators of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joseph Busholti, President and Chief Executive Officer at the West Indian Company Limited, WICO, joined today by Mark Sabino, Director of Marine and Cruise Services. Pursuant to your invitation, we are here to provide testimony concerning West Indian Company Limited's operations, including infrastructure and berths, ongoing leadership transition, finances, partnerships, and more. From a governance and organizational standpoint, WICO's leadership structure has undergone measured and deliberate changes since our last appearance before this body. In October 2025, I resumed the role of President and Chief Executive Officer, returning to WICO after nearly 8 years. During that time, I served as Commissioner of the Department of Tourism, a position that kept me closely connected to WICO and deeply engaged in the cruise and tourism industry. The Board of Directors has evolved. The Board welcomed Commissioner Designee of the Department of Tourism, Jennifer Madarangas King, and during its December year-end meeting, Hugo Hodge Jr. was elected Chairman of the Board, with Vincent Richards serving as Vice Chairman and Roosevelt David as Secretary. In addition, Charlene Turnbull has resumed her role as Chief Financial Officer. These leadership transitions were executed thoughtfully and without disruption, guided by an intentionally structured plan that ensured continuity of daily operations while allowing for a comprehensive internal assessment. During this period, the leadership team undertook a thorough review of organizational priorities, financial performance, standard operating practices, staffing needs, corporate status, property conditions, and critical infrastructure. This disciplined approach allowed WICO to maintain operational momentum while positioning the organization to move forward with greater alignment, accountability, and strategic focus. Upon resuming the role of CEO, a key priority was ensuring clarity around the operational and legal standing of the organization. The West Indian Company Limited is a U.S. Virgin Islands corporation organized under the laws of the territory and granted the status and authority of a public corporation pursuant to its enabling statute, Act number 5826. Before addressing operational specifics, it is important to provide context on the cruise industry and its significance to the region and the territory. The Caribbean remains the world's leading cruise destination, accounting for the largest share of global itineraries and passenger demand, according to the Cruise Lines International Association, CLIA. Following a strong post-pandemic recovery, the region is experiencing record passenger volumes and increasing economic impact, driven by expanding home porting, infrastructure investments, and the deployment of newer, larger, and more efficient vessels. Looking ahead, CLIA projects sustained long-term growth as cruise lines continue investing billions in fleet expansion, destination development, and sustainability initiatives. The Virgin Islands cruise industry mirrors this positive trajectory. In 2025, the United States Virgin Islands retained 13% of the Eastern Caribbean cruise industry capacity, outperforming several leading regional destinations, including Puerto Rico. This performance reflects renewed demand, strategic partnerships, and the territory's strengthened position within the global cruise market. As the territory's premier cruise ship docking facility, WICO plays a central role in tourism success and supports the local economy. In fiscal 2025, WICO welcomed 960,147 cruise passengers, approximately 58% of the territory's total 1,658,092 cruise passengers, and berthed more than 270 cruise ships, accounting for 50% of all cruise ship calls. According to the Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research, these figures underscore WICO's role as a critical gateway for cruise tourism and a key economic engine supporting local businesses, employment, and community development. The United States Virgin Islands has also received notable recognition from the cruise industry, reflecting our collective growth and expanding global profile. These acknowledgments include being ranked the #1 cruise destination in the Caribbean by Porthole Cruise Magazine, second in average passenger spend at $166, and third in total annual passenger spend at $250 million in the Caribbean region. WICO's financial position continues to demonstrate measurable improvement, reflected disciplined fiscal management, operational efficiencies, and strengthening demand within the cruise sector. In fiscal 2025, WICO generated $9.4 million in revenue, representing a 14% increase over fiscal year 2024, while total operating expenses declined to $6.2 million, a 6% reduction from the prior fiscal year. At the same time, WICO seeks to work collaboratively with the Senate to resolve the issue of the payment in lieu of taxes, or pilot, in a manner that addresses both existing liabilities and future assessments. WICO's outstanding pilot liability currently totals $11.8 million, which includes amounts accrued during the COVID years when cruise operations were effectively halted, as well as during major disruptions such as Hurricanes Irma and Maria. We believe there should be a mechanism to allow for adjustments when extraordinary events materially impact revenue. Looking ahead, the financial outlook for fiscal year 2026 remains positive. Revenues are projected to continue increasing, while WICO maintains a disciplined cost structure, positioning the organization for continued improvement, resilience, and sustainable growth. The future of the West Indian Company Limited is bright, strategically aligned with continued expansion in the global cruise industry. A critical priority moving forward is the successful negotiation of berthing agreements with cruise line partners. In 2026, WICO is projected to welcome more than 360 cruise ship calls at Haven site, a 30% increase over 2025, bringing an estimated 1.1 million cruise passengers to St. Thomas. Preliminary projections for 2027 anticipate maintaining similar levels with approximately 362 cruise ship calls. Supporting this growth is a renewed focus on strengthening relationships across the cruise industry and the broader tourism ecosystem. WICO remains committed to cultivating strong partnerships with cruise line stakeholders, including Carnival Cruise Line, Norwegian Cruise Line, Disney Cruise Line, MSC Cruises, Virgin Voyages, Holland America Cruise Line, Princess Cruises, Azamara, Crystal Cruises, Margaritaville at Sea, and Cunard. These relationships allow WICO to align with cruise line strategies, anticipate operational needs, and position the U.S. Virgin Islands as a reliable and competitive port of call. WICO also remains actively engaged with key industry associations such as the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association, FCCA, and CLIA. Recognizing that cruising is an integral part of the broader tourism landscape, WICO will establish a new strategic relationship with the Caribbean Tourism Organization, CTO, further strengthening regional connectivity and participation in discussions shaping Caribbean tourism development and sustainability. Maintaining a strong presence within the cruise industry is essential to advancing WICO's long-term objectives. Accordingly, WICO staff will continue to participate in leading industry forums, including CLIA's Cruise 360, the CLIA Cruise Forward Summit, and SeaTrade Cruise Global. These engagements allow WICO to reinforce partnerships, monitor industry trends, and showcase St. Thomas as a forward-thinking and competitive destination. At the local level, WICO remains focused on revitalizing the Havenside area to enhance the guest experience and improve operational efficiency. This includes continued evaluation of common areas, warehouses, water infrastructure, storage tanks, and commercial properties. Financially, WICO will pursue opportunities to diversify revenue streams by leveraging existing assets, exploring innovative partnerships, and identifying new business models that support long-term sustainability. In closing, we thank the members of the Senate, our industry partners, and the dedicated team at the West Indian Company Limited for their continued commitment to strengthening the U.S. Virgin Islands cruise industry. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, CEO Busholti. I want to make a little bit of housekeeping news. For those of you who are anticipating our Facebook feed, I was notified that we're having some technical difficulties with the connection, so that's going to be fixed at some point. But right now we're offline on Facebook, but we are online on all other media stream. So feel free to go to your favorite media stream and pick this up. I wanted to announce the order with my colleagues, so we'll know which order we'll be asking questions from. This will be a 7-minute round, so you have plenty of time. We're going to start off with Senator Boquez, Senator Johnson, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Maurice James, and Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. So that will be the, we have Senator Blyden is in transit. He's left the chambers in St. Thomas, so when he comes back, we'll fit him in. So, CEO Busholti, thank you so much for your service as Commissioner of Tourism. You did an outstanding job. The numbers speak for themselves. while you were at the helm. There's a noticeable difference in terms of the volume, the cruise port calls while you were there. And so clearly, you understand the industry. And I was happy to see that you're able to still share your expertise with us in a different capacity. I was at Sea Trade last year when I heard you spoke as a panelist, and you were well received by everyone in the industry. So you're a heavyweight outside of the U.S. Virgin Islands. For those people who don't realize the quality of professionalism and respect that we have, some people have in this territory. So I want people to know this of you, and thank you so much. We are back at a point in time where we want to clarify one simple thing, and you cleared it up in paragraph 6 of your testimony. It was quick, fast, and sweet. Before, all last year I was trying to just ask that simple question, and it was a problem as to the legal status of WICO, and you cleared it up. There's no issue now. And for the record, I will repeat what you said. You said, the West Indian Company Limited is a U.S. Virgin Islands corporation organized under the laws of the territory and granted the status and authority of a public corporation pursuant to its enabling statute, Act number 5826. And I wanted to just clarify that because it's been an ongoing, annoying issue. And when someone owns 100% of a stock, you own it. And the PFA owns 100% of WICO, and so that issue is settled. So the public doesn't have to keep asking, why do we treat WICO differently? You are owned by the VI government, but you are operated as a private entity. Well, we would love to find out about WICO, because the last time WICO came before us, we didn't get a lot of financial information as to whether or not you guys were doing well, how much money. Some things are proprietary, so I don't expect you to disclose that in public, but we lack some of the specifics that we need as a committee. So we're hoping you could share with more generality, at least, where we are. One of the biggest issues everyone talks about is a pilot. If you can you please just give us a little bit more as to the status of the pilot, how much it is, and what is WICO doing to address that issue?
Yes, Senator. Thank you. And thank you for the kind remarks to start the round of questioning. So the pilot is the payment in lieu of taxes that is set up by law, and it is set up to be, it has changed over the years. So it used to be 500,000, then it went to 1 million, and then it back to 700,000. And it is the greater of 10% of revenues or $700,000. And it is set up as a mechanism. This is my research of it, and I'm not a lawyer, but I've been around and affiliated with the pilot for a long time. So my understanding, it was set up as a mechanism to allow for the West Indian Company to return monies back to the government, and because it's a public corporation, it could not be taxed. So they now have the pilot, which allows for a mechanism to allow for the company to revert monies back to the government, i.e. WAPA has a pilot, and Port Authority has a pilot, and they are also government instrumentalities. But over the course of probably the last decade, and maybe a little longer, there's been a challenge to make the $700,000. And I'll try to give some context. So WICO, we just reported, we have revenues of $9.4 million. We have a net income loss of $2.6 million. So if we were a 100% private company, we would pay no taxes because we didn't make any money. But because there is a law statute that says, irrespective of whether you make money, you still owe $700,000. So we have not had the cash flow to pay the $700,000 over the year. Now, that has been made worse by COVID because there were a little over 18 months where there were no ship calls. And at WICO, that's almost 90% of our revenues. So no ship calls, we didn't make any revenues at all, barely any. And then we had, a few years before that, the two Cat 5 hurricanes that hit St. Thomas pretty hard, which were Irma and Maria. Again, there was a disruption in revenue streams. So those are the issues. Now, this body, back in 2017, I believe, put a bill in place to help with the pilot liability, and I think it was bill number 5083 or something like that, that allowed for Catherineburg, which is the property that WICO owns, to be turned into a museum and converted back to the government. So our board is having conversations with leadership in the government around the possibilities of how and when that could happen. So there is a evaluation on the table of the property, which is sizable, which will help put a significant dent in this liability. My thoughts moving forward on the pilot, I think we should have a number that is more fair to the actual revenue numbers of WICO. You know, I don't really want to get into agencies and what they pay, but I'm familiar with WAPA because I used to be the CFO there. And WAPA's pilot, I believe, is $500,000 that gets offset with services. And Port Authority is maybe $200 and something thousand. And you have one company with $60 million in revenues and another one with hundreds of millions of dollars in revenues. And then you have the $9 million company that pays 50% more than one and 200% more than the other. So if we're just looking at fundamentals in structure, then you know we don't have a problem paying our fair due, but $700,000 is a little much for us with our status right now.
I understand, and that's something my colleagues and I could look at, but it doesn't negate the fact that when you do make money, you still don't pay anything. So that's what's the most vexing part about WICO. You know, in good days, you pay nothing. In bad days, you pay nothing. So the question is, what's the value to the taxpayer? Because ultimately, we spent money on WICO, and we expect a return. So our return on investment right now has been zero. You know, but we get it intrinsically by what you do. You know, indirectly from the cruise calls and all that good stuff. But in terms of, as an investor, getting direct return on investment, it's not been well for the Virgin Islands government. So why is it WICO has been unable to even make an attempt to pay the pilot?
Well, I will tell you moving forward, I can't speak to the most recent past because I wasn't there. When I was there, we didn't make full payments the entire time I was there in my 5-year period, and there were different priorities that were happening at the time. What I can tell you is we are going to make a concerted effort to pay something on the pilot, and ideally if we had the cash flow to pay the $700,000, we want to comply with the law. That's the reality. I would tell you that the West Indian Company contributes every single day to the economy of the U.S. Virgin Islands. So today we have 3 ships with almost 15,000 people, and every person is going to spend an average of about $166. If that dock was not there, those people wouldn't be here, and those monies would not be spent here. They'd be spent someplace else. I would also tell you that a vibrant cruise industry leads to a lot of the investment in helping our overnight tourism product because we have things for people to do, bars, restaurants, excursions, and if that suffers, then our overall tourism product will suffer. So these are factors that we have to remember that it is a comprehensive package and different players play a piece. WICO plays a significant piece simply because, and I know you're a businessman, Senator Frederick, math is math. The numbers are the numbers. You bring in 58% of the cruise business, over almost 50% of the total people that come to the territory, you play a role. And we are working diligently. I really want to work with this body to find a way where we could come up with some number that we could tell you, if you give us this number, senators, we're going to have in our budget, we'll work with our board that we will pay that and make it happen. And so it's our intent to make sure that we do right by the pilot. I would also tell you, just like I explained, the number that's on the books right now makes it almost impossible for us to do, especially since we're losing money.
And I could appreciate that. Like I said, the issue is zero is not an option. You might say it's a high number, what's on the book, but they say just pay what you can. And so the effort is what we're asking, at least. Show good faith, and then, I'm pretty sure my colleagues would be reasonable. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to Mr. Bushelt. And I want to ask you a question in that same line, because you said at some point there was an adjustment where it went from, I think, $500,000 to $700,000. Have anybody and I know you just got on board, so I don't know if you had the time to do the study. You said that you're $9 million and you're paying $700,000. Have you come up with a number based on what you're bringing in to say, well, look, this is what we can afford, and submit it to the legislature so that we can have that conversation? And I respect what you're saying here, based on other agency paying pretty much some of them less than what, based on percentage. So have you come up with a number yet, or are you doing this study to figure out, well, this is what we can afford? Because I understand you very clearly, and I don't expect you to pay what you don't have and put you in a deeper hole. But at some point, we have to come to some understanding that there must be some type of pilot paid to this government.
Yes, Senator Johnson, thank you for that. I agree with you 100%. And we are working with our board to come back to this body with a number and supporting data to say this is it. The second part, just to address something that Senator Frederick said that I think you might be leading to too, is that we don't have a problem paying more if the revenues to provide, which is why there is a clause in it that says if your gross or your net income is X, you pay more or the minimum. So we good with that. If we make X dollars more, have the percentage kick in. If we don't, then we have it. But I will commit to you, Senator, that within 60 days we will get some information back so the body could at least consider it.
That's fair enough, and I think that's something we need to do so that you don't be given a bill that you just can't afford. And I don't expect that either. But if you guys could come up with numbers and say, look, this is what we're bringing, and if we go over, we're willing to pay a next 2%, whatever it is. But I think something should be submit to the body. Let's have a conversation, and let's try to and right this ship so that everybody could get a fair share. All right? And thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Point of information, Senator Clifford Joseph, Sr.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Morning.
Along the same line, because you also mentioned that all you guys were at 500 once upon a time, and then you went up. So maybe, I don't know. I mean, looking at your numbers now, you feeling back out that 500 might be fair enough to start back from, being that that's a number of the past?
Well,
just a question mark.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, Senator. What I would tell you is, I know we could pay 250. No.
Okay.
500, it's still going to be hard because we're not making money right now, right? So it's easier for me as CEO to say, irrespective of all our expenses we have a liability to the government that we know we can pay. And I agree with you, Senator Fredericks, that pay something is better than nothing. And it's something that we want to commit to. I think that we are going to do the study, and we already began conversations to give the body some comps, right? This is what other destinations that own facilities, St. Martin, St. Kitts, San Juan, what they may pay, not necessarily to say we should do what they do, but to give the body a context to say, okay, these are other entities and this is what they do. And then we could make an informed decision. And ultimately, it is our duty to abide by whatever this body says. So we want to have it where we could abide and make it be worthwhile.
Understand, because just like all of my colleagues are saying, something will be better than nothing. But the reason why I use a 5 is listening to you spoke and you said that everybody was down to 5. But I mean, I also understand the check and balance game too. So at some point, although they were paying 5, everything might have been less because everything costs more today. So you might be bringing in more revenues, but you might be spending more too. So we'll wait. I'll be waiting on your numbers when they come back in as well. Thank you for your response.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I want to follow up on a statement you made and just ask, you're saying that you haven't been making money, and so that's why you have not been able to pay the pilot. And I understand events such as hurricanes and COVID. What are you doing to change that? I should say that. What are you doing? Let me be straight up. What are you doing so that you can make money, so that you can pay more taxes in the form of, the pilot?
Thank you, Senator James. We operate as a private corporation, so we operate to be profitable. So we're not operating to just break even. So we're putting remedies in place. One, to diversify our revenue stream, because that has been a challenge, right? So if you have 90% of your business is our cruise, if something happens that impact cruise, then we're going to be heavily impacted. One. The second thing is the global pandemic was bigger than just us. So the lines themselves took on a lot of debt, and some lines came back faster. So Royal Caribbean in the territory came back first, and they came back faster. So their impact to the territory was faster. So our biggest cruise lines at WICO are Carnival Corporation and Airlines and Norwegian. They were slower to come back. So what we're starting to see now, 3 years, 4 years post-pandemic, is our numbers are getting back over 1 million and getting back to 1.1. They have been under 1 million since 2019. So, and that was post-hurricane. So it's been a slump for a while. And some of it was the island wasn't ready after the hurricanes. And then the other one, the industry wasn't ready. So we want to diversify our revenue streams. We have become more disciplined on our cost side so that we can get the net income numbers where we need them to be. And then thirdly, we are aggressively pushing to fill the dock on days that the dock is empty, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We have good signs that we see. The San Juan home porting business has begun to pick up again. So that means calls for the territory, whether it's Croix Bay, Frederiksted, or WICO. Expect to see more calls on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, because the ships leave San Juan on Saturday, Sunday, and they either stop to us on the way down south or come back to us. That's going to help. And our team has been aggressively marketing to our cruise line partners about coming to us on the weekends. And we have seen an uptick, and Mr. Sabino can give more later on in the testimony about the actual difference. And I think those are things that you're going to start to see help the company with discipline, fiscal controls to get us back to where we can do the things that you just mentioned.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. I think we're on a good trajectory here. You're explaining the issues we have, and we're still at the point that why haven't WICO been doing more? We understand that they bring in a lot of revenues for the Virgin Islands with their product, but the company, the entity itself, does not provide any type of tax relief to the people of the Virgin Islands, which, unfortunately by law, that's what you're supposed to do. So that's what we really want you to help us out on. The Catherinesburg property, you're supposed to fix it up and turn it over. Have there been any work on that whatsoever over the last few years?
To my knowledge, and new back in the position, but aware of it because I sat on the board, there have been work in process, and there was a FEMA claim around work to be done post-hurricanes Irma and Maria to get the facility back to where it was. I do not believe, we are working with ODR on making the process move forward. I would tell you I am not pleased with the pace, and that's one of the priorities. I had to work with our team and ODR and FEMA to pick up the pace, right? Either we could get it done or let's find another plan. It's been 8 years. So we're working on that. I would tell you that with regards to fiscal 2026, we expect our numbers and our bond covenants to be made whole, which allows us a little more flexibility to pay the pilot. So there is a commitment from the board and from myself to make sure that we do something in this fiscal year. So we have heard the messaging, and we recognize it's something that we need to do, and we are committed to making it happen. We are just trying to be in a place that allows us to do it without the walls of the company falling to the ground.
And we don't want that, for sure. But we just want to make sure a good faith effort is being made to follow the law. What was the amount on the Catherinesburg project? What's the damage amount that we're supposed to get from FEMA?
I know I think it's around a couple million, but I could get that information for you.
Okay.
Because I haven't seen the bid sheets directly.
2 million. And was it awarded? Did we get awarded?
I think before they went to awarding, they were trying to finalize a number with FEMA. So I know it's been going on for several years back and forth with the architects and what the final number is, but I don't know for sure. But hopefully somebody in my office is listening and they could send it to me.
But it's probably not included in the ODR bundle and all that stuff, right?
No.
Okay, so, okay.
It's separate.
Yeah, please, if you would, through the chair, forward that information to us so we could share with our colleagues. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. I just need to put something on the record because I feel like I'm regurgitating a conversation that has been had in this institution while I've been here for the last 5 years. Now, originally, WICO, when it was purchased, prior to, was paying millions of dollars in taxes to the government of the Virgin Islands. And when we purchased it, we decided that we were going to drop it down to a reduced rate of the pilot, which was roughly at the time about 10% of what WICO was making. That's where you got that $500,000. If I recall, 2003, it went up to $1 million. They said that was too high. It got reduced back down to $700,000. I understand that there are hard times, but I just sat here and listened to the president and the CEO said that their costs were roughly over $6 million, which was a 6% decrease from the previous year. They took in roughly over $9 million, which was an increase from the previous year of some 14+%, and still nobody paid any money. Because based on what you're telling me, you made a profit. So why has there been no effort to pay anything? And this is where I have a problem a lot of times with our government agencies. We want to hold our taxpayers' feet to the fire. We want to tack on interest for everything. We want to, send out letters, garnish their wages, do so many things to the very taxpayers that pay the money to keep this government running. But when we as the agencies have to do our part as government, our response is we can't pay. But you just explained to us that there's some wiggle room for some money to be paid. And that is where I always have a concern over this. Because it's like we let these numbers build up. I'm not saying that you directly, because you have been missing for some period of time because you just returned back. But I'm saying as an entity, I am not in support of wiping out this debt. I'm just not. We have to hold some of these agencies accountable. And I appreciate what you're saying about wanting to pay at least a minimum of $250, but we don't need you to tell us 60 days what your accounting is. I could literally go right now and type in WICO's pilot, and it's going to have 20 articles listing and telling me your entire financial statement of every single year you didn't pay, what you owed. It's all on the internet. So you can't convince me it's going to take a whole 2 months out of a year to give the legislature updated information when I could easily do it myself. It's not that difficult. We have to stop wasting time and figuring out how we're going to hold everybody's feet to the fire so everybody could do their part. That's all I'm saying. But I do thank you for your candidness in sharing this information with us, because I definitely need to see some movement on this. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Harliga, for that long point of information. I'm going to pass the mic on to some of my other colleagues. Senator Angel Wilkes Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff. And good morning to Joseph Bushelti, President, CEO of West Indian Company, and supportive staff here with you today. Good morning. A couple of the questions I wanted to ask were asked. Specifically, I did see that 14% increase and a 6% drop in operations. So I saw the wiggle room for potential, support of paying the pilot. But I think we've sort of gone back and forth on that through the numerous questions and discussion. But I was curious to know what were the top drivers in the performance of the 14% increase as well.
Yeah, the top performers are more passengers have come to the facility and an increase in calls. We have almost 90% of the revenues are driven by cruise calls and the passenger head tax, which we split with the Port Authority. And other revenues for WICO are land investments, land leases that we have, and we also have some asset space on the dock that we rent out to tenants.
Okay. Has WICO applied for any federal or public finance authority funding for any capital needs that need to take place?
We have not applied directly to PFA or for financial needs outside of what was already on the table for Hurricanes Irma and Maria relief. Recently, during COVID, the company did apply for the PPP plan and received monies for that. That were forgiven by the federal government. I think it was a little over $700,000 that was received by the company. And then we actually have a grant that our company applied for through the federal government. I want to say maybe Homeland Security. I don't know if Sabino knows. But roughly a little over $300,000 to help us protect the entity against cyber crimes. I don't want to say crimes because it hasn't, but just to protect us and secure us against cyber attacks.
Okay, very well. Outside of cruise ship operations, what other revenue streams are you, I know you have retail leases and so forth, but, property management and utilities and so forth. What percentage of that, of your overall revenue does that generate? Just to understand the pie graph.
A little under 9%, I would say.
About 9%?
Roughly.
Okay, and a majority of it from the cruise lines, of course.
Yeah, the cruise lines bring in the majority of revenue to the company. Our biggest tenant is Yacht Haven Grand. So we have a land lease with them on a portion of the property over there. And then we also have 3 or 4 warehouse buildings on the dock front. So many of you may be familiar with where Pier 22 used to be, or Senor Frogs. That's the big building on the end. That's the WICO-owned property. Where Benny Iguana is WICO-owned property that we have leased out. And then, of course, we have our corporate building, which is right across from Smoking Rooster, or right next to the Hampton Hotel as it is right now.
So with WICO, coming back to WICO, I'm sure a few things have changed since you were there the last time. And I wanted to know if you assessed any different changes that have taken place, or maybe it's too early, I'm not sure, but how are you going to plan for the next 5 years? Have you developed a strategic plan, or was one already in place? What are some of the things that have changed since you've come?
Senator, thank you for that. One of the things that I never thought was going to happen that has happened is the Hampton Hotel. I mean, Sabino could tell you, when I was there and somebody would have told me in 2026 there was going to be a 100+ room hotel where that property is, I said, never, no way. So you live and you learn, because now it's there. So what that has done to us at WICO, me specifically, is there's potential for another one, another brand, because we know we need rooms. And it doesn't have to be a 5-star luxury resort. It could be exactly like what Hampton is. They have a restaurant, but they don't have 10 restaurants. So people could come to the property and go to the properties at GRS in the Havenside Mall. They could go to Yacht Haven Grand. They could go to Buccaneer Mall because there are things to do. So it's an economic hub generation. Also, from my tourism experience, we still need more rooms, right? And if you have rooms now that fill that middle business section, we have a lot of business activities happening. So that helps. That I think that we have the possibilities, and I've been in conversations through my relationships and people are interested. And we have 7.5 acres up above the property that's available, potential for development. And we have areas on the flat side where our tanks are. I don't know if you're familiar with WICO, but they're two big old tanks in an area. There is also the area where the butterfly farm used to be that we have leased right now. So there are longer term things that we can do, whether that's a convention center with a hotel that can allow for that, the Havenside area to be the new business hub and tourism piece. I think the piece, Senator, I want to make clear is that we know we need to diversify our revenue streams from all cruise, or 90% cruise. I think the other thing that we have looked at in terms of diversification is how we can reutilize our assets. So for a long time, when WICO managed the GRS Mall, the Havenside Mall, WICO was prohibited from having retail activities because of the relationship with the Havenside Mall. So that's why very, very valuable
1 minute
property that's on the dock side were all warehouses. Now there are opportunities to change it, and my equation to it would not be retail, right? Because I believe we see that retail may be a bit saturated, but it's to bring in some entertainment type activities that can also serve the territory, and specifically St. Thomas in this case, for entertainment for our cruise and overnight cruise guests in the day and overnight guests in the evening.
30 seconds.
And my last question, and what I like about you, Commissioner, is that you have experience in tourism, and it's an added plus to what you're currently doing. And one of the main things that I'm concerned about, especially in the cruise line industry, is the global industry shift that is going to take place in the cruise line industry, especially with decarbonization and the mandates that the cruise line industries are now implementing for private island destinations. These private island destinations, these cruise ship companies are now acquiring keys or small islands and building out their own infrastructure to go to these different keys and basically have the passengers go there and create additional revenue for themselves. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Very familiar, and it is definitely a potential threat. No question about it. The cruise lines are very much in the business to make money for themselves. However, I would say as a mitigant to that particular threat is people still want authentic islands to visit on a cruise. So yes, if I go to Celebration Key for Carnival Cruise Line, I still want, I would have a good time there, but I still want to go someplace where when I buy my food or buy my drink, it's not the same people I see on the ship. It's people from the place that I can have a conversation with. So that is still very attractive to cruisers, which in an indirect way, Senator, means that we have to stay that much on top of our game to make sure that our offerings meet that criteria and that the authenticity is there in the products we sell and in the drinks and in the food, so that they go back and say, oh, St. Thomas or St. Croix or St. John was great. And yes, I had a good time at Celebration Key, but I wouldn't give up coming to the USVI for that.
And I like that, and I want to thank you again for all that you do and continue to do. And Mr. Chair, I appreciate the time as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Bulkis. Yeah, I could see your experience showing as you explain the opportunities that's there for WICO. We just need to realize them at this point, because you know what needs to be done, clearly. I know it's been a financial challenge, but things are turning around. And I can't see us saying no to you if you're showing progress. There's no infrastructure projects going on per se on the property. There's nothing that I see. I know you have, projects to do, but we just don't see anything. So that's what makes the body a little uneasy. That are you guys just stockpiling money or something? And
I wish, but we do have capital projects happening, but they're happening on the dock side to keep the facility up and safe for when the ships come in. So there's work happening right now on our fenders. There's work happening on the bulkhead. There's work, we're getting ready to start a capital project on our water system because the ships take water. So there are things that are happening that may not be as sexy as a hotel, but there's stuff happening. The blocking and tackling is happening every day.
The fuel option, is that still there? That I heard it's a high revenue generator.
It is. We are having conversations with cruise lines on the potential and of whether or not, whether it's a diesel fuel or LNG can be an option. Years ago, we had the conversation and it kind of filtered off. Most of the newer, bigger ships are LNG source. And the potential this is not just WICO, this is USVI, that I'm hearing through my conversations that there is a potential need because many of the newer ships are sailing out of San Juan and then going. And if they could find a way to bunker here in the USVI, if we could compete, I think there is an opportunity.
Thank you very much. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning again to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, view and listen audience. I appreciate hearing that you're looking into these properties that you have there to see what you can do to enhance the property. Because just having that green space and have nothing doing with it ain't bringing in money to the carcass at all. But in your testimony, you spoke about us being #1 ranked cruise destination, but we fall to the 3rd in total annual passenger spending. What would need to be done to enhance and grow that passenger spending from your observation?
Yeah, well, one, we will never be #1 because we got to compete against the Bahamas.
Okay.
So the Bahamas is ideally situated for traffic from the U.S. So the proximity to Miami, Orlando, Fort Lauderdale can be beat. So our business, we can't do 3- and 4-day cruises because we're too far from Miami, but NASA could do them day in, day out, and that's why so people go there. So NASA is going to be #1. We were #2 in terms of spend, and Panama was in front of us, and we had a conversation with the people that did the study around why was Panama ranked in front of us, because they do a lot of home porting. So they were able to get a benefit of home porting. We don't do home porting. And then, of course, the third piece is where the total spend is, and that number is going to be impacted by our growing our overall cruise passengers coming to the territory. So I could speak to it, and I know that the senators in the room could speak to it. The increase in cruise traffic in St. Croix and Frederickstead has been a tremendous help, 200,000 plus. And of course, we saw that the Port Authority just inked a deal with their #1 cruise ship carrier, Royal Caribbean. And then, of course, WICO has the rest of the clientele. And I believe that once the industry keeps moving and the investments continue, people don't get paid back unless the people want to come. Right, and so we're in a very good position to see that number jump up from 3 to 2, but we won't get to 1 because the Bahamas will have that on lap.
And we continue hearing about this dredging that needs to be done, and without this dredging, these ships gonna bypass us. So what's the status of this dredging timeline and the source of income to get it done, if you have any information on that? Yeah, definitely a priority. I spoke to Executive Director Dow yesterday. The Port Authority sent out a bid again, the second time, for the dredging of our side of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor side of the dredge project. He spoke to me, he said the returns are supposed to be in within a day or two. He and I agreed to sit either this week, end of this week or next week, just so we could see the results. So we giving them an opportunity to see how many bids came in. I know this body approved an additional set of monies to assist because of the priority. We're thankful for that. It's an important project for the territory, as you mentioned. The ships are getting bigger. The need to compete is important, right? And unfortunately, the territory, there's one thing I say that we have failed in the cruise industry since I've been close to it, is that the Oasis class ships came out in 2009. And out of the major top-tier cruise destinations, the only one that could take one Oasis-class ship on a day is St. Thomas. So we have not made that jump
to do the necessary investments. And of course, there have been projects. We had a project that didn't finish to get to the finish line. There was opportunities to do the dredge. So with this dredge work that's expected, WICO would at least be able to provide an opportunity to take away this class ship if necessary. So it is important.
So with those bidding coming in, is there a timeline that you guys have in place as to, okay, well, look, at this time, a point, and this is when we want to do this? Do you have a timeline, a date in place?
Well, yes, it's like as critical as could be. But we do recognize that you can't do the work if you don't have a contractor. They have the permit, Army Corps permit, right? Yeah, so they have the Army Corps permit. So now it's just to get a contractor.
And then my next question would be, what capital improvements are necessary over the next several years to make sure that WICO is, preparing to compete within the market, the global market in the Caribbean?
Yeah, I think there is the pretty straightforward maintenance efforts to make sure our facility, the bulkhead, the bollards, the things that most people don't see that are necessary to come in. So we continue to invest in it. It's very expensive because the elements wear and tear these things very, very much that people don't see. Secondly, we are going to have at some point a discussion around capacity. Ships bigger, they're coming more. So our concrete slab at WICO used to handle, back in the day, if you see the pictures, 5 little ships. Right? Yeah. Now, on days, we might not be able to handle 3 big ones because we don't have the concrete to berth them. So there is that need. You look at Frederiksted Pier. There's a reason why Frederiksted Pier is not taking bigger ships, because they need more concrete to take the bigger ships. Now, the depth is there, but you have to invest in that piece. And Croix Bay, in their new project, has a slot that's set up to bring an additional berth. So at some point, we have to have it. Now, whether it's at WICO or whether it's someplace else, the territory needs additional berthing space.
And when you said the concrete, you're talking about the bulkhead or?
Right,
or
the bulkhead. So the ships
bulkheads
could actually bring and tie up the people and get the gangways off so the people could move.
Okay, that's why I was trying to figure out what when you said the concrete, I wonder if you want to build a bigger dock, but the bulkhead for those huge ships to tie onto is what's going to be needed, especially on St. Croix.
Right.
But in your area, you still need some. You're doing some work on your bulkheads right now?
Yeah, so I'll give you a good example. And Mr. Sabina will ask, he might be able to chime in a little more specific. But where WICO is right now, we did an extension in my first stint there, maybe 300 feet, that we went out, right? The WICO dock cannot be extended anymore because now you go into the channel. So we had capacity. So we built an existing extension that was, I think, the second extension that WICO did. Now there's no more extensions for WICO. So the WICO facility is at its capacity right now. So then you got the little 3 pieces, and then you're into the channel, which we're not allowed to go into. When we look at it, we have to decide now, what do we want to be, right? Because Carnival Corporation has big ships, Norwegian has big ships, MSC has big ships, and we know from our experience that they're coming in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So what happens is if we don't have the capacity, then they're going to somebody else. They're not going to not sail to us. They're just going to be like, they call Sabino, I ask him, hey, I need a spot on this date. We're full. And then the question, we go to Croix Bay a lot, and they're like, we're full. Like, so today in St. Thomas, there's 5 ships. Oh. So if we don't have the capacity, then it doesn't make sense.
All right, I sure hope that we get to resolve some of those problems and look forward into seeing what we can do as a body to assist, especially with the Frederiksted Pier, to make sure that that bulkhead is built up and fixed to acquire these ships so they don't pass the Virgin Islands. Whatever missed St. Thomas, we should be able to try to capture on St. Croix and vice versa. But we have to invest into this product, especially into our marine facilities with our dredging, our bulkheads, to make sure that we can accommodate these ships. Thank you very much for your testimony and what you're planning to do, and let's hope that we can assist you, work together, and make this thing happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Caller Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you, my colleagues, as well as Mr. Boshelta from the West Indian Company Limited, and also Mr. Sabino. I really want to wish you guys a very happy new year. I read with interest, really, your testimony, and I want to go to page 2 of your testimony, paragraph 3. I'm trying to figure out because we, the government, are owed this $11.8 million. But it seems to me in reading here, you generated $9.4 million in revenue for fiscal year 2025, and you expended $6.2 million. Did you, based on that, you earned a profit?
No, we did not. So it was a net income loss of $2.6 million. What was not included in that is our debt service, which is $3.3 million.
And okay, so you see, this is where we're not getting the full picture because I didn't see that portion in here. Maybe I missed it. So you didn't include the debt service of how much?
Roughly right around 3.4 million, 3.3, high 3, but I think it doesn't call it 3.4 million, right?
3.4 million is your debt service.
Right.
So you're experiencing a loss of how much?
2.6 million, 2.6 million for 2025.
Okay. And I noted in the prior testimony from your CFO, and I want to say that she did a really great job when she came before the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. But you also have a running loss on your books, correct?
Yes, the company has been unprofitable post-COVID.
Okay, and what is your running loss? Do you remember or do you have an idea of how much that running loss is?
I don't have it, but I could get it to you. I mean, that's something we just have to go back in the financials and pull. I didn't focus on the past years.
Yeah, because that goes into your overview of whether or not you're going to be able to pay us the pilot. If you're not making any money, then how can you afford to pay the pilot? And the pilot isn't, is that included in your budget annually? Do you have like a line item that says as part of your expenses to pay the pilot?
Yes, we do know that it's an expense that we have to pay. So
Okay.
if you look at the financials of the company, the liability is carried every year.
Okay, so based on the testimony that came before us, you had, and I'm looking at it, it's up on our public drive. For 2026, it was stated that you had a operating loss, which included your depreciation of about a 113K. I'm trying to reconcile the losses and your net income, because you should be operating, if you had reduction in your revenue and a reduction in your expenses rather, and increase in your revenue. So I'm trying to understand, with your debt service, there was a opportunity for you to refinance your debt service with Banco Popular. Did that happen?
The company did refinance the debt, but they did not go with Banco Popular. The rates were better with a bond deal that was done. The deal was done in 2022, I believe, or 2023. It was roughly 51 million, and the interest rates are somewhere between 3% and 6%. So the debt that WICO had was refinanced. Yes.
Okay. So and how much is that debt do you pay back, and what did you use as your collateral to pay back that debt?
We still have the debt outstanding, right? So the debt goes till 2049 or 2050. It's a long-term note, and the assets of the company are pledged as security to the note.
Which assets specifically?
The entire assets of the company. So the dock, the buildings. We have cash reserves that we have to have as a requirement of the notes. So all of those are pledged for the security of the notes.
Okay, thank you. What is your projections as far as your budget? When does your budget cycle begin, first of all?
We run in the fiscal as a government, October 1 to September 30th.
Okay, and what is your projections? Are you meeting your financial projections for fiscal year 2026?
Yes, so far we are on target to make the 1.1 million in passengers and to get somewhere a little under 10 million in revenues.
Okay. Could you tell us a little bit of what you anticipate to, because you should be paying something. You owe the government 11.8 million, and one of my colleagues spoke about it, and I have to say that, you know, that is correct. You should make an effort to pay. Even if you have a mortgage, you're going to make an effort to pay the bondholders, but you're not going to make an effort to pay the government. And the government has given you've received ARPA funding as well, correct?
Yes, the company did.
How much was that?
I'm not sure because that happened before I came and when that ARPA stuff went, so I could find it out for you, but I don't know.
It was about 6 million. I think it was about 6 million, $3 to $6 million. You received a sizable amount of money. I think you received money for ARPA funding, as well as the
we'll find it.
paycheck, which you just said, the PPE from the federal government, and that money was forgiven. So my concern is we, the government of the Virgin Islands, give you WICO money during your hard time. And when we are facing hardship, we don't get any money at all. You don't even try. So can we see some type of commitment to pay something, at least for fiscal year 2026?
Time.
Senator, we will make an effort to pay something in 2026. I told Senator Johnson earlier that we're putting together, a study that shows what we believe is a fair number for us to pay based on our revenue numbers. The objective is to pay something this year, assuming that the projections stay the same in terms of, and we don't have any major issue that would slow down the cruise traffic. We should be in a place to pay something this year, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I'm holding you to that, Mr. Bushelty. Mr. Chairman, I just have one final question that is based on Mr. Bushelty's response just now, and that would be my wrap-up question. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. So when do you anticipate finalizing this study that you're going to do or analysis you're going to do?
Yeah,
so you could know how much you could pay us.
Yeah, one of my objectives in the first 6 months is to have a plan for the pilot. I've been on the job 3 months. I have to go back to our board and get the plans finalized. I committed to Senator Johnson to the 60 days, so it's high priority. So within 60 days, this body, if approved by our board, will have a document that would share some information on it.
Okay, thank you so kindly for that time frame. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph. At least we've got some hard commitments. That's good. We never had those, so we're making progress. And really, on that Catherinesburg project, if you could, definitely give us a status report so we could know what's going on with that. Because even if that was part of the discussion to renovate it, pass it over like you should back to the government, and whatever amounts were spent to do the work in excess of whatever grant funding you got, that could be considered as part of the payment, So let's see what we could do. We got work to do. All right, the chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Holliger for her 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifier, representatives of WICO. One of the things I want to ask, and I don't know, you said back in 2022 that they went and refinanced in regards to debt service, et cetera. Why wasn't any type of money incorporated into that refinancing to pay the government, or even a fraction of those funds?
Normally, when you have these type of refinances, you don't refinance to pay a tax liability. The money, the the refinancing was done to keep the company and invest in the company to get the revenue so you can pay the taxes. Unfortunately, when the deal was done, we had to do the deal. One, WICO had to do the deal, but secondly, we were still in COVID. What I can tell you is that it is not lost on the company that we have the pilot obligation. We have conversations with our auditors every year about the going concern of the company, which is why it's important for us to have this conversation today is very critical, because we're having a conversation with the body that set the law and figure out what we can do. We do know that we have a component, like Senator Frederick, you just mentioned, in an asset that can assist if we can finally figure out what can be committed. But then secondly, there is the reality of what has been a number that would be difficult to sustain even in great times, that we haven't had great times.
I understand all of that. I understood all of that when you spoke about us potentially reducing it. Like originally it did start off at $500,000. My concern is I don't see no motivation on your part to pay me. What motivates me to reduce it? I don't get it. And I think that's what we are constantly saying. You know, you sat here and just shared with us if someone had told you in 2026 what type of potential revenue you might have been getting, additional maybe foot traffic. Have you guys garnered in what percentage of additional revenue? Because you said you guys were up some 14%. Since that was potentially unanticipated revenue, did anyone stop and say, is it a possibility that that unintended revenue that might have come, whether through the hotel or any other projects, that we could have set that aside and earmarked it towards the pilot? Are those the types of things that the board is going to be looking at? Because we can't keep going around in a circle and coming to the legislature year after year after year with the same identical conversation. And then what's been happening is some senators are standing firm that you guys should pay something, and then some of them are starting to be empathetic and say, hey, they really don't have any money, so let's just let it go. I am not one of those that are empathetic. I am one of those that's going to look at the situation and the effort and make a decision henceforth. But if I don't see any effort, I'm going to keep holding your feet to the fire. So what type of analysis has even been done for this? For example, the unprojected additional funding that came in to say, well, hey, let's pay something towards this.
Well, Senator, I mean, I can't speak to when I wasn't CEO. I mean, so I don't know. What I can tell you, since I've been on board, we have made that a priority for us to find ways to make payments on the pilot. It is a priority, and I can only speak to that. Okay, I will await this report and see what the board comes up with. Tell me something. What are your set performance goals for WICO? I know you just came back. You said it's going to take you about 6 months. You're doing assessments, and what are your performance goals for it? And give me some timeline for you to reach some kind of success towards these performance goals. Yeah. So one of the performance goals is to increase ship calls by, I don't know, 5 or 7%. I don't have them right in front of me. Another one is to evaluate potential revenue generation opportunities that are not directly cruise related. So we are looking at opportunities to bring some type of changes to our rental assets in terms of what goes in them and not necessarily warehouse storage. There is the need to continue to understand what can be done in properties in land areas that are not generating revenues right now. So we're looking at opportunities with our Liverpool property. So those are things that we are looking at right now.
Have you guys considered incorporating potentially different type of culturally based booths throughout the the location. For example, one of the ideas I've consistently tossed out, because WICO has a unique opportunity, just like the other port where the ship comes in, to directly impact as soon as people get off the ship, as soon as the interaction with the public. And one of the things that I feel that needs to be pushed more is our cultural aspect. And I often wondered why I never really saw any major investment into, the little tiny booths that could be scattered throughout in different locations. It doesn't really make much effort. You could rent those out. But part of the aspect of it, that people that rent them have to probably be dressed up in madras. It's like a uniform that you're requiring them to push the local culture. Whether somebody's selling cans of tamarind stew, somebody comes in daily with a little baked tart, like different things, and they have little cards with the history and information about these different cultural aspects of the territory. I think that would be a great asset outside of, like you said, the standardized jewelry. You could have so many different little booths scattered throughout Haven site to really enhance our product. Mr. Chair, could I just wrap up my statement?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. And I wonder, could you share with me why have I not really seen something like that? Is it in conflict with the businesses that are there? Because I've never understood why we don't see much more cultural pushes in that particular location. Just a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I can tell you that prior to GRS taking over the Havenside Mall, the bulk of the strategy was to send the traffic through the Havenside Mall. And at the time, the jewelry stores carried the load. So they paid the biggest monthly rents, and the traffic was driven that way. Now, I agree with you that the evolution of today's traveler has leaned away from the jewelry side and more into local experiential experiences, which include buying local and eating local. One of the considerations that we are looking at with some of the WICO-owned property is how do we incorporate that in the overall offering where it can still be profitable for these potential entrepreneurs. None of these properties can succeed without traffic. And what we are trying to do in changing the paradigm is move the paradigm that has been in St. Thomas downtown, which has been 100% cruise, to switch it. And I was talking to Senator Bolkes earlier. Cruise Bay does a good job of having cruise travelers in the day and overnight guests in the night. Red Hook does a very good job of the same thing. And we need to have that. And one of the objectives, as you talked to me, Senator Francis, before, is to bring that to Havenside. Cruise in the day and an overnight activity where these same potential vendors can parlay their ability to have a space at the WICO facility or Havenside or the combination, and not just be open for cruise ship days, but be open because we have thousands of overnight guests that are matriculating over the island every day.
Exactly. Well, I'm happy to hear that some type of vision is there. So I'm looking forward to potentially seeing stuff like that. But thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time, and Mr. Boshelty for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. The next senator is Senator Maurice C. James. You're recognized for your 7 minutes. And before we go on to you, I want to recognize non-committee member, Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Thanks for joining us today. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of the questions that when you're this number in the lineup, a lot of the questions have already been asked. And I was actually going to ask about the 100 and, well, let me say good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, colleagues. I don't want to forget my manners, right? And I also want to congratulate you on being named as the CEO of WICO, first of all. But of the $166, I was going to ask you, to break down, like, what would be where would most of that 166 be spent? But I think you answered by talking about the experiences with food. So I want to take a more global view in this conversation with you this morning, because as you know, the military operations in Venezuela affected air travel. And if it affected air travel, it affected the flight crews, passengers. And and then you also stated, this is one big question that you can answer for me. You said that WICO will be establishing a new strategic relationship with the Caribbean Tourism Organization and strengthening regional connectivity and participation in discussions shaping Caribbean tourism development and sustainability. And at this time, I think the region is fragile with what's going on in Venezuela. And so I just wanted to, this may be not, it's not a question of, for any concrete facts, but just wondering if you have had any feelings or any type of conversations with the other Caribbean countries, because they're going to be affected. And I also wanted to find out, because the Caribbean is the leading destination, what's the second one? Because clearly, whoever is coming second may be benefiting from what's happening in our region. So I just wanted to have a conversation with you of any concerns you may have.
Yes, Senator Johnson, that is a very prudent question and conversation to have. If somebody would ask me what keeps me up at night in this job, I would tell them exactly what you just mentioned. So historically, the Caribbean basin has been deemed a safe region, particularly for cruising and vacation. So when there is conflict in the Mediterranean, for example, or in Europe, people still want to cruise, but they come to the Caribbean. Now we're going into an era that outside of maybe Grenada in '83, the region has not seen the type of military buildup that has happened over the course of the last few months, and definitely has not seen an invasion to take a sitting president out. Now, in the business, we are concerned. We lost a ship as a direct result of the Venezuela situation because the passengers could not get to San Juan to board the ship, so we lost a call. And then there is a concern because if people get more conservative, it doesn't mean they won't take vacations. It means they say, hey, well, let's just stay under the friendly confines of the continuous United States. So instead of going on a cruise to the Caribbean, let's go to a cruise to the Western Caribbean, or let's go to a cruise, or let's just take a vacation in South Florida. So of course, that matters to us because for us to continue to invest in our business and for the territory to continue to be as successful as it has been in tourism, people have to feel that they could come to the region and to us, to the territory, and get back when they're supposed to get back. Right. The issue on January 3rd was not only did it impact because of an invasion, but it shut down commerce for a day. And this particular charge, if you ask me, it was the worst day it could happen. It was the Saturday after New Year's. St. Croix knows all too well it was a festival last day. It was the day that most people go back to work, which is the Monday after New Year's. And Saturday is our busiest travel day because many of the flights only travel to the VI and the Caribbean on a Saturday. So that's why you heard all of these stories of people cannot get back for a week. They didn't have the assets to get them back. And what it did is it caused people to spend more money on that same vacation because now they had to find a place to stay. So I'm concerned because when people start to make decisions, i.e. when they would cruise in the Med and say, no, I think we go to the Caribbean instead because it's safer. Now they're going to start to potentially make decisions to say, well, let's not cruise to the Eastern Caribbean at all because we don't want to mess with any of that stuff in that side of the world. Now, I'm hopeful that we still will benefit because if travelers want to go to the Caribbean, particularly 90% of our business is U.S. travelers, they're going to say, well, let's stay under the U.S. flag because we feel safer under the U.S. flag. The second thing you spoke about that I think that we have to look at from a CTO standpoint is very interesting because the dynamics are different. So we clearly are U.S. territory. We follow the U.S. stuff, but not all islands are all U.S., right? They're on the State Department list. They have their own relationships with China. They have their own relationships with Venezuela. So, but it allows for our part of the region to understand some of the issues that are happening with some of our competition and some of our closest allies, right, in terms of what they're doing. And people are worried, right, because as long as the appearance of conflict is in the region, there is potential risk that not as many people are going to come. And I don't really classify it as the cruisers. Cruisers are going to cruise, right? They're going.
1 minute.
But other people who may be a little more conservative still take their vacation, but they just won't come down in our region.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bisholte. I really think that we have to start to think globally, and especially now when global actions are affecting us so near to home in our region. And I appreciate the fact that you've also been really, and of course my expectation is that you would, but it's important that what you said today be understood by our population at large, that it is something that is of concern to you, WICO, and I'm sure Port Authority, in regard to what's happening in the region, because we can no longer think that we're not affected. So thank you very much for your answer. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James, for your questions. That was a very good question, by the way, about global implication on something like that. Really good. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is going to be in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is back on record. The chair recognizes Senator Clifford Joseph Jr. for your 7 minutes.
Junior or senior? What are you saying? Good morning to the listening public. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Yes, Mr. Boshelty, how will the development on Croix impact WICO's operation at Habenside?
It really doesn't have a direct impact to us because the business is basically divided by cruise lines.
Yes.
So Royal Caribbean and Celebrity dock at Croix, and the other lines dock at WICO. Now, we work in partnership when we have a situation like tomorrow. So we had 3 ships that were scheduled to be berthed at WICO. We couldn't take them because of the length of the ships. So we asked Port Authority if they had availability to take the 1 ship so the territory didn't lose the ship.
Yes.
So that's an example of how the business may happen. So people will see tomorrow, for example, if you close to the business and say, well, we got Carnival ship down Croix Bay, what's going on? Well, what's going on is because WICO couldn't take the 3rd ship, Port Authority Croix Bay had a slot, so we sent it to Croix Bay. Outside of it, and there are times that Croix Bay is full, and they send a ship up to WICO for us to do.
So the impact might just be a positive then?
I think we want our cruise. Right?
Yes.
So whether or not WICO makes money on it, what we believe is that the entire support system, the ecosystem of the cruise business is better when everybody benefits. So if Croix Bay does really well, that means the excursions that service WICO are doing well too, and everybody benefits.
That's what I say. It sounds like a positive.
Yeah.
I was a little worried about it. I know you're also looking forward for the dredging as well on your end. When last have you did a financial audit statement for?
Our last closed financial audit that was completed was 2023, and our financial audits go through the PFA.
Okay.
So we have completed 2024, and it's in PFA, waiting for the PFA release. And 2025 audit has begun at WICO.
Oh, she already began. So you anticipate to be current in your?
Yeah. Well, our priority is to keep our audits current.
Okay.
So 2025 has begun now. Our hope is, we still operate under the PFA, so we finish our piece and we send it to them.
Well, listen to you speak about WICO in itself. For sure, without question, you have a wealth of experience around WICO in capacity. Anybody on there that you're using some tutelage on to make sure that regardless of how we turn going forward, they have somebody behind after your time that would know most of what's actually happening on the port or what happened prior to somebody that's coming online?
Yeah, I think the second time around, it is a priority of mine to pay more attention to succession planning.
Yeah.
I mean, Mark Sabino was there with me before. He's still there. He's not the youngest guy in the room. Me, myself, I have, so there is definitely a wealth of knowledge in the business that we can share. Sabino's been at the company, 28 years. And
okay.
He's our lead person on the cruise side in terms of operations. So his wealth of knowledge is important. And he's working with, he has a couple of people under him that he's been working with that understands how you berth the ships, how you tie the ships, how you speak with the cruise lines. I myself, in part of my assignment with the board is to figure out who else could come in and use and figure out who could be a potential lead or a potential person in the C-suite. I believe that we have the opportunity to find people that have the talent, and as important as talent and pedigree in terms of education is the drive.
Okay, good.
And so we are working on a succession plan, at least to identify candidates who may be willing to step in, to learn more, and take on the responsibility and accountability as you move into these positions.
I ask that question because that's very important. I look at a lot of other areas within government and within the whole board, and that we dropped off. And when you're taking time to teach some of them today, it's like they know. You can't know if you don't know. So, I mean, it ain't no better chance of learning anything than from somebody else who have the experience of going through. So, it's like being in the age before computer and working now after with it. So at least you knew where it was. Just like right now, they would look at the hospital, for example. You got cyber attack, nobody collecting. So that's the drift that we're coming from, to make sure regardless of what going forward, hurricanes, whatever hit us, COVID, we just have a plan in place to continue to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. The chair recognizes Senator Noble Francis Jr. for his 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to President, right? President and CEO, Mr. Boshelty, as well as Mr. Sabino. Good to see you, man. How you doing, Sabino?
Alive.
All right. Quiet today. Huh? Get closer to the mic, man. You quiet today?
I'm good.
All is well. Happy New Year. All right. I see you got your sidekick back.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Mr. CEO, obviously you've been back to WICO. And I want to say that obviously I'm sure that you have an opportunity to do an assessment from the time they've been gone. I listened to your testimony. You spoke about almost 8 years. What is that assessment revealing? What is it that you see differently, and what is it that you intend to undertake?
Yeah, I think, well, I was fortunate enough to be gone from the position for 8 years, but I'm grateful I was still in the space doing tourism. So I always had an opportunity, and I sat on the board. So I had an opportunity, and I sat on the Port Authority board. So I had an opportunity to stay close. One of the assessments that I've found is what the cruise travelers look for today is different than it was when I was there before. So they're looking for experiences, they're looking for authenticity, they're looking for Instagram moments. And all we have to do is drive down Main Street in the day, or go to Havenside, or go to Crown Bay. There are still people shopping, but there's still not the number of people shopping. Same thing, but what you do see are the restaurants and the bars are full. So they want to come off and they want to spend, they're just spending differently. The other thing I noticed is that the ships still are getting bigger. So if we thought that we had reached a point where the ships were going to say, no, too big is too big, they're not. And the primary reason is people like the bigger ships, and they make more money for the cruise lines. And once that equation is in place, they're going to keep coming and keep getting bigger.
So let's stick to a little bit in terms of what they're looking for with the Instagram and social media and those type of things. Have you explored, or are you considering what that would look like in terms of providing them with that opportunity for that photo up, that selfie or whatever, again, that seems to have been taken over, especially our young people. You know, they're looking for that critical moment where they're able to have that selfie and that Instagram photo. Are we creating the environment that would allow them to do that?
Yes, we definitely are trying to get more picture points working with GRS because, you know, they have them all. We're also looking at some potential opportunities with properties that we had that were warehouse space that allow more of the scenic look when ships are not in dock, so for overnight guests. But also where people can come in, and what we continue to see as a trend that I think is going to stay here is they want to get off the ship. Some want to stay close enough to the ship but still have fun, and they want to experience what we have to do in the island. So we're trying to create the potential of kiosk-type businesses that offer a variety of opportunities that people can come in that complement the existing offerings in Yacht Haven Grand and in the Havenside Mall, for example, to capture the need of people wanting to spend while there, but not necessarily wanting to spend on things they could get in Ohio or in Florida, but what we could offer here in terms of drinks and food.
Okay. In respect, and we're shifting gear a little bit in terms of the Cannabis Act, is there any discussion being had? Are you hearing from the industry in regards to any situation regarding the cannabis industry?
Since I have been back, I have not had any direct person come to me requesting space at the WICO facility for a cannabis reception or lounge, or however they want to define it. I do believe that there is potential for it once the final rules and whatever they need to do in the cannabis area, because I do believe that there is potential for it, especially if you could do what you need to do on land. Because as you know, being former commissioner, Senator, whatever you do with the cannabis, you can't take on a ship.
Correct.
So you got to do whatever you got to do wherever you are, and then go back on the ship without the particular whatever substance you had that you were using in the cannabis, whether it's a vape or a cigarette or whatever. And by definition, the proximity of having 1 million+ people should help the business owner say, well, if they could do what they need to do close to us, it should work. But I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. So, have there been any mandates given to you as you assume this position now again as president and CEO by the board?
Yes. Clearly, out of the gate, 1 is improve revenue. 2 is figure out a plan for the pilot. 3 is diversify revenue streams. So there are definitely some tangible requirements in the short term, mid-term, and long term for me as in my role. And there is also an overarching commitment I have, having come out of the space, been in tourism, very familiar of the impact to ensure that we deliver our part at WICO and make sure we help GRS in the mall and make sure we help where we can with Port Authority, because it's important for us to stay.
Let me say that I'm a little bit disappointed in regards to the fact that we're only now doing a study in respect to the pilot. I mean, the pilot has been a bone of contention for quite some time, and I think that that WICO should have been better positioned to come and make an offer in respect to that. I hear that you said that study is forthcoming, and we'll wait to see what it is. I'm very open to negotiating the amount and really just trying to address that particular issue and come up with some decision moving forward as of 2026. But I wish we were a little bit more ahead of that discussion, so that we could be able to address that. Just real quickly, in terms of austerity measures, is there any austerity measures being undertaken by WICO at this time?
Yes. So we right now are doing only critical infrastructure projects. So we're working on offenders at the dock. We're working on filling in some of the holes on the dock. We do have money that was carved out of the bond deal specifically to look at a couple capital projects. One is the water distribution on the facility. The second one is some kind of a plan for our tanks. If you've been to the WICO area, you have 2 tanks that are not the prettiest in the world, so we're trying to fix those. But outside of that, Senator, we are definitely trying to get back to profitability. And as a former fiscal person, there are 2 ways to do it. Either you got to build revenues or you got to cut costs.
Correct.
And we're actually trying to work on both.
Okay. Mr. Chair, can I just have 4 more questions, but I'll just reduce it to 2 in the essence of time?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you for the leniency. Recognizing that overnight stays what really pays money or pays dividends, what is the initiative being undertaken to ensure that those individuals that come, the almost 1 million passengers that come through WICO or the Virgin Islands entirely, is again being encouraged to come back for overnight stay?
Yeah, thank you for that, Senator. We think somewhere between 30 to 40% of the visitors that come to WICO on a cruise is their first introduction to the territory, which leads them to come back. So that's the first step. The second step is I'm working closely with Commissioner Designee Jennifer Manarangis King in sharing information. She sits on our board. I'm familiar with what tourism has to ensure that we are giving them data to use when they market. That data we receive from the cruise industry to help them market. And then, of course, if they need stuff from us, we're willing to do that as well.
Okay. And my final question on this particular round, what is the collaboration? What is the cooperation? How important do you see the need for WICO and the Virgin Islands Port Authority to work collectively together as the ports of the Virgin Islands?
Absolutely essential. If we have a strong working relationship with the Port Authority, it makes doing business easier. We work with the port. As I just mentioned, we had a swap that's happening tomorrow. We also have situations that they control the pilots, so our scheduling and experience for passengers and our cruise partners are dependent on the port. And then the other part is they're vested in WICO too. I mean, they have the head tax. So having a working relationship is important, especially if it's good. I'm pleased to have a good working relationship with Executive Director Dow. So that helps us overall too.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for the work that's being done by WICO, and we look forward to continue progress moving forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and the leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. I wanted to just drill a little bit down on we spoke about the size of the ships that are coming. I know, Mr. Sabino, that's your area. In terms of the equipment and manpower to accommodate that volume, do we have the equipment for the larger ships right now? Does WICO has that? Or
Good afternoon, Mark Sabino.
please recognize the mic of the testifier.
Good day, Mark Sabino, Director of Marine and Crew Services, West Indian Company. Senator, we are maxed out. Right now, the dock that we have is 3,300 foot berthing footprint. Right, the ships are coming up to pushing out to 1,200 foot length. In the past, we could put 5,000 passenger ships on the dock. Right now, we're coming down to the point where we could only put 6,000 passenger ships on the dock. That's where we're coming to, and it's coming fast. Just like CEO Bushelter just stated that tomorrow, we had 3 ships scheduled for WICO, but because of the length of the combination of the 3 ships, the Sun Princess, that ship is 1,133 feet long. The other ship, the Sky Princess, is 1,000 basically is 1,100 feet as well. The last ship is over, the Vista is 1,050. When you do the math and you do the separation, you have to separate the ships. They can't be bumping against each other. Once you put the space in between, we couldn't fit the 3 ships. The 3rd ship would be sticking out into the channel. So as a result, the elephant in the room for me is the lack of dredging, number one, and a lack of capacity. And the industry is overrunning available berthing downstream. Yeah, they're building private islands, but not even that could keep up with the amount of ships that's coming out, on the line. And just like what happened here with the recent issue in Venezuela, and where Mr. Bishop will talk about the possibility of people being reluctant to come in this direction, and so on. And the good Senator James has asked about if they could just come to St. Thomas. No, they need these itineraries. They need these ships to sail. The industry is growing. People want to cruise. And as a result, like sitting right here, I've already gotten 2 calls right now from 2 separate cruise lines that are waiting for me to respond to them in the main office. And I know it's for additional berthing downstream. So the lack of capacity is the primary my primary challenge. My job is to maintain the marine infrastructure and to fill the dock with as many ships as I can fill it with without breaking the dock and keeping it safe. As for manpower, I have a very a highly professional crew. I tell them, and I have 6 guys, 2 supervisors, and 4 linemen, and I tell these guys, they're probably one of the most valuable people in the territory because of the volume of traffic that WICO brings in, over 50% of the passenger volume, and that's us directly getting these ships in. Right now, I have probably over 600 ships on my desk, reaching out into 2029 that I have to figure out, and that's what we're facing. We're facing a capacity issue, and it's not that WICO didn't have the plan to move forward. We were warned 15 years ago that this was coming, and we tried. We tried to dredge. We were stopped. We tried to build a dock. Long Bay Landing is still sitting in my office, second drawer right there. We spent a lot of money on that project, and it was ready to go, good to go, and it's not our fault, powers to be, stop. But to this day, right now, if we give the green light to go, there are lines standing and ready to jump on it and bring us that capacity. And we did the study for the impact if we put that dock in the harbor, and then we wasn't allowed to present it like we had. We were stopped midway, but we'd already done the study and where the impact would have been minimal because of its location where people could disperse.
Who stopped you?
Well, the powers to be back at the time, Mr. Bushhelter could probably, because Mr. Bushhelter was the one that brought it forward, It was I conceived it and I handed it to him. I'm an artist, so I did the art and I said, look at this. And he go, you think this could happen?
And that's
So
the
let's see.
south side of the dock you're referring to?
Going to the north of our dock.
The north of the dock.
People said I was going to stick out in the harbor. It wasn't. But there's a video. You could go to YouTube, punch in Long Bay Landing. You'll see the video that we would have loved to have showed everyone. It doesn't stick out in the harbor. But anyway, that's water under the bridge right now. But it is still wanted by the industry. And, the project in Croix Bay, of course, is additional berthing, and which is what we look additional capacity and that sort of thing. However, the location could be a little bit challenging, right? It's in a spot where there's only a two-lane free highway going down there and back and so on. But versus in the harbor, we did all the study already, and the disbursement of people would have been not a problem at all. So. The original to your question was, do we have the tools and the manpower? Yeah, we do have that right now with what we're dealing with, but we can't handle the overflow, and that's the issue. The capacity and lack of dredging is our primary challenge from my position and what my duties are and responsibilities are.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Senator Marvin Blyden for his 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, Central staff. Good afternoon, President and CEO Bushhelter and Mr. Sabano, and thank you so much for your testimony. I would like to hear get a little bit more meat in his testimony, though. But nonetheless, I'll ask some question that I've had on my mind in respect to, number one, you got a new board there with you. Have the board spoke to you about what's going on in the space and what the plan is moving forward, what's going on with Venezuela and the route coming to us? Will that affect us in any way, shape, or form? And if you think it will, what's the plan moving forward for us and from WICO's point of view?
Yeah, the short-term answer, yes, it will impact us. It has already impacted WICO already. We lost a ship last week because the patrons that were going on the ship, they couldn't make it into San Juan to get on the ship. So it has an effect on us already. Moving forward, it's something that we have to be aware of because it's not that an entire cruise may cancel like this one. But it's the numbers. So if a cruise is coming in with 96 or 97% occupancy, and all of a sudden you have 10% that decide not to cruise because they don't feel safe, then that ship still comes, but we expecting 96%, and we only get 85 or 88% of the people, which impacts the overall economic impact to the territory. And the same analysis can be done on the overnight guests. The flights coming in 98% full. A set of people decide now. 3 families say, I don't want to go because I don't want to be out of the U.S. I don't want what happened on January 3rd to happen again. And then all of a sudden, it builds up. So we are aware. Our board hasn't met since that particular incident, but it's something that we are following.
And I know I heard Mr. Sabino spoke about one of the 2 most important things to him, which is dredging and capacity. What are the 2 most important things to the board, and is he part of those board meetings or not? And if not so, he had a lot of knowledge and experience. I think he needs his impacts or his suggestions should be part of guiding and assisting in that space. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes. So Mr. Sabino has participated and still participates in board meetings. I worked with him before. He was in the position before. We worked very closely together. His immediate concerns are my immediate concerns because 90% of the revenue comes through that area. And so we definitely work hand in hand. We have a lot of the meetings with the cruise lines together to make sure that we do what's necessary to keep the business afloat.
But you didn't answer the question, though. The two most important mandate of the board. I know his. What's the board's mandate moving forward?
Well, the board mandates I spoke about before, increase revenues, diversify the revenue streams, and then figure out a plan for the pilot.
How?
Well, that's
How are you going to go about doing that?
Well, that's what we're working on right now. The book of business, Sabino mentioned, one of the things that we're doing a little differently now is we're booking cars further out than we have in the past to lock in, particularly on days that we know are softer. The other thing that we continue to do now are looking at new revenue potential opportunities. The Hampton Inn has brought attention to us to another possible hotel in the vicinity, a different brand, whether it's a Marriott brand or a Hilton, or a Hyatt brand to be in the area. And then there's also opportunity plans to change where we had significant warehouse space on the front of the dock to change to more experiential businesses that cruise travelers and overnight guests can enjoy.
And you spoke to increased revenues. Let's go there, because you have the mall, and also, well, not really.
No, we don't have the mall, that's GRS.
Correct. My bad. But okay, increased revenues. Let's speak to that because you spoke about a guest experience, right? What type of experience are they requesting? Because I don't know, do they do a survey? They usually do a survey, correct?
Well, we don't do the survey. The Bureau of Economic Research does the survey.
Correct, but do you have access to that information to know exactly how to move forward based on their responses?
Correct.
What type of experience are we speaking to? Because there are many different types of experience, and every island are unique in their own space. So what are they requesting from us in the territory, and what's your plan moving forward to assist and address those concerns from the guests?
Well, we know they're expecting more authentic experiences in terms of food, culture, drinks. We also know that they are wanting more Instagram-type opportunities where they could take the pictures and pose and share the memory. Our plan is to work very closely with the Department of Tourism because they oversee the macro tourism impact in terms of the products, in terms of deliverables. So I have a very good relationship with Commissioner Designee Matarangas King. I know the tourism people, obviously, because I work with them. So we work closely with them. The guest experience is something that tourism is focused on heavily. The visitor experience, we want to be able to be a part of that conversation, particularly around our space. And then we also plan to have conversations, and we didn't touch on this yet, with our concession taxi drivers, which is Best Taxi. Make sure they follow in the contract where they have to have credit cards available. Make sure the drivers are knowledgeable about the Virgin Islands when they take them on tour. Make sure that they are dressed appropriately and the vehicles are clean. So we're trying to do our part with the little space that we have oversight.
Okay, I agree with that, and I appreciate that. At the same time, though, I would like to add, in respect to the taxis and
1 minute.
Best in particular, at Havenside, one thing with me, I just listen and observe and go to different areas and see what's going on. And you guys have some issues out there in respect to that operator in terms of fairness, basically, and there are many disagreements, arguments, etc. going on a regular basis. That need to be checked out because it's not good for us and it's not good for the guests. So that's something you need to focus on also because not the first experience those guests get when they interact with those individuals. They do a good job, don't get me wrong, but there are a lot of infighting going on, not only with Best, with many of those in the space period, and I'm trying my best to see how I can address it from a different perspective. But at the same time, I want to thank you so much for your responses, and I want to thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Point of information, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify what my follow-up question when we were on a break was. I was just wondering if there's a possibility that the cruise lines would revise their itinerary because of what's happening in the Caribbean. And I say that because there are people, like you said, with perception one way or the other, right? And may decide, well, I don't want to go on a cruise all the way down to the Caribbean, but I want to take in certain parts of the Caribbean. And right now, the way that a lot of the cruises are structured, you're either up, I think you said in the Western Caribbean?
Yeah, we're Eastern Caribbean.
And we're Eastern Caribbean. And is there a possibility that there may be, in the future, changes to itineraries in terms of the islands that are visited?
Yeah,
and are we prepared from the viewpoint that we are U.S., which puts us in an interesting position in the dynamics of what's going on?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. We are monitoring very closely. One, there's a lot of inventory out, so there are a lot of ships sailing, so they need to keep them afloat to make money. Secondly, one of the closest checkpoints to that is the home porting business out of San Juan, because the home porting business out of San Juan goes Eastern and Southern Caribbean. That's still growing. So we haven't seen any signal yet to say, because of the increased military presence in the region. So far, things are moving along nicely, but I think I think if we get through the next several months and there was just the one incident on the 3rd, I think everything is back to normal. Okay. So everybody's kind of watching and just paying attention, just like we are. We're preparing to try to figure out what's going on. We're having conversations with our partners to make sure that that if anything significant happens, they come to us first so we could notify our stakeholders as to what the potential may be. But so far, everything is holding steady.
Just a quick follow-up. How far out do cruises establish itineraries, and have you ever seen where they were changed because of some event that happened? Let's say, for example, Haiti.
Yes.
Have you?
So right now, the average is 24 months out. They book the itineraries and start marketing. We have seen incidents, they happen more frequently than most people think, where the ships won't call. Haiti is one. There were some incidents in Jamaica and Falmouth where they stopped calling. So it just depends. Now, in our side of the region, we haven't seen it, but why it's so important that safety does matter, public relations matters, to make sure that when people come, they feel that way. And I think the other part, tying back a little bit to the region, there is a high level of attention paid to safety, because when people don't feel safe, the cruise ships quickly change their itinerary and just stop going to the place.
Thank you. Thank both of you for the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Colleagues, is there any burning questions that anyone has that you'd like to ask at this time? All right. Well,
If I could I just have some information that we asked about. One of the senators asked about ARPA funding. It was $4 million. And then the FEMA for Catherineburg is $1.5 million. 1.5 million for Catherineburg for the renovations.
That's in excess of the federal funds that
No, that's with the federal funds.
With it. And that's going to be enough to complete it?
Yeah, I think that based on the architecture work and the soft work that was done, I think that is enough to finish it.
It's not a lot.
No, it's not. So hopefully,
we'll get it
it's
this
a priority on the list. Now we're going to try to push it to the finish line.
So we might be able to get it this year?
Hope so. We signed an MOU with ODR to try to get the process moving. Great. Or in the process of signing it.
Yeah, appreciate that. Well, I would like to give you an opportunity to do a wrap-up, 2 minutes wrap-up and a summation. We really appreciate you coming out today and answering the questions that we had. Apparently, it's never enough time, because if you'd given us more time, we'd spend more time with you, but time is of the essence, and you need to get some boats in. So if you would just wrap up, and thank you again. We appreciate you coming today and testifying before us.
Well, Senator Frederick, I want to thank you and the committee for listening to us at WICO and hearing some of our concerns, listening to us in terms of what we believe is the future for cruise in the U.S. Virgin Islands and specifically at WICO. We have heard you loud and clear on the pilot matter. We will get information back to try to find a solution. Secondly, we are committed to cruise in the territory and committed to tourism overall. We will be doing our part to keep our tourism product healthy. I also want to give a special thank you to Mark Sabino. I didn't know he was here 28 years, but 28 years he's been with the company. And all of the WICO employees back in St. Thomas for all they do to keep us as a premier cruise port destination. One of the goals I had when I came back is when I leave this time around, I want WICO to be the premier cruise ship port operation in the Caribbean. And then lastly, I want to thank our board of directors who provide the policy and guidance for me and our team to execute. And last but not least, thank the people of the Virgin Islands to continue to believe in WICO and our mission to be a major key in our overall tourism product. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're now excused. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture will be in recess for 10 minutes. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is back on record. A pleasant good afternoon, testifiers. We are approaching Block 2 of our committee hearing. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 2?
Block 2, Bill number 360194, a resolution urging the United States Congress and the Office of the United States Trade Representative to expand and modernize the Caribbean Basin Initiative, CBI, to further support economic growth and development in the Virgin Islands and a wider Caribbean region, sponsored by Senator Angel Borges Jr. Invited testifiers, Dr. Kendra L. Harris, Dean of School of Business, University of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Public Services Commission, Dr. Haldane Davies, Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research, Eric Sonnier, Executive Director, University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park, Dami Sinan, Executive Director, Caribbean Export Development Agency, Valerie Henry, Program Officer, Caribbean Export Development Agency, Vanessa Ledesma, Representative, Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, Dr. Justin Ram, CEO, Justin Ram Advisory, and Dr. Diras Jules, Director General, Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. Mr. Chair, that's the end of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Just a little bit of housekeeping, please. If you have a cell phone, please be sure it's on the off or mute position so it doesn't interrupt the committee hearing. And we're back again on Facebook, so if you're viewing us, our systems are back up and you should be receiving a feed from us. Who speaks for bill number 36-0194?
I do, Mr. Chair. I do, Mr.
Please
Chair.
recognize the mic of Senator Borges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, colleagues of the committee, members of the public, I introduce bill number 36-0194. A resolution urging the United States Congress and the United States Trade Representative to modernize and reauthorize the Caribbean Basin Initiative and the Caribbean Basin Trade Partnership Act, and to formally include the U.S. Virgin Islands as a stakeholder in all related trade frameworks and decision-making. The Caribbean Basin Initiative was originally enacted in 1983. At a time when the global economy, regional supply chains, and the Caribbean itself looked very different. These programs were designed to strengthen economic ties between the United States and the Caribbean by providing duty-free access to U.S. market goods produced in eligible countries. And for decades, the CBI has helped foster manufacturing, agricultural exports, and trade development in the Caribbean region. But the world has changed, and the Caribbean has changed. The realities facing Caribbean nations and the U.S. territories like the Virgin Islands have evolved dramatically. Today, our region faces intensifying climate vulnerability, repeated supply chain disruptions, rising energy costs, and an economy increasingly driven by digital services, innovation, and clean energy. Yet the CBI remains locked in a trade framework built for a very different era. The data makes this impossible to ignore. According to the U.S. Trade Representative's 2025 December Caribbean Basin Initiative report. Back in 2005, the CBI countries supplied nearly 2% of total U.S. imports. And by 2024, that figure has now collapsed to just 0.4%. Over the same period, the CBI beneficiaries fell from being the 12th largest U.S. import partners to 36th. Even more troubling, only 27.7% of eligible exports are now actually using CBI trade preferences. This means that nearly 3/4 of the Caribbean exports that qualify for duty-free access are not using it. Colleagues, this is not success. That's a structural failure. In 2024, 83% of all CBI imports consisted of petroleum products, methanol, and textiles, concentrated largely in just a few countries. Entire jurisdictions, including Antigua and Barbuda and the British Virgin Islands, Montserrat, and St. Vincent, exported $0 under CBI preferences in 2025. That tells us a very clear picture. The CBI is no longer driving regional diversification. It is no longer supporting small business development, and it is no longer building economic resilience across the Caribbean. For the U.S. Virgin Islands, the problem is deeper. We are a U.S. territory physically located in the Caribbean. We compete in the same regional markets. We face the same hurricanes, the same shipping constraints, and the same high energy and logistics costs. Yet, unlike independent nations, we have no bargaining power, and under current federal law, the Virgin Islands is not recognized as a beneficiary or a stakeholder under the Caribbean Basin Partnership Act. That means we are governed by a regional trade system that we cannot formally shape and do not have an official voice in. Bill number 36-0194 seeks to correct that disconnect. This resolution calls and urges for 3 essential reforms. First, the modernization of the CBI and the CBTPA to reflect today's economy, including eligibility for digital services, renewable energy, climate-resilient infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, and small business development. Second, permanent reauthorization of these trade preferences, ending the cycle of short-term extensions that create uncertainty for investors, manufacturers, and regional economies. Third, a formal inclusion of U.S. Virgin Islands as a stakeholder and implementation partner in all CBI-related framework reviews. This resolution calls for a strategic recognition, economic fairness, and regional inclusion. The Virgin Islands have been very important to the United States of America since its acquisition. We are bound by the same trade rules, exposed to the same risks, and equipped with the same potential as our regional neighbors and partners. It is time for our legal and policy status within the CBI to align with the economic reality we live in every single day. Modernizing the CBI is a catalyst for the U.S. Virgin Islands. It strengthens the conditions that grow the economy by encouraging investment, expanding business activity, and supporting job creation. Over time, that increased economic activity will lead to greater and more stable revenue without raising taxes. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for you to support Bill number 36-0194. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bokas. Let's do a mic check, if you would. Testifiers, please. Let's start with Executive Director Sonia and move down, and then we'll move to St. Thomas.
Good afternoon, mic check.
Please repeat.
Good afternoon, mic check, mic check, mic check. Good.
Next.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator, Chairman of the Economic Development and Agriculture Committee.
Let's try it one more time.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon to senators of the committee. My name is Sandra Satori, Executive Director, Public Services Commission of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mic check. Mic check. Good afternoon.
Can you elevate your mic towards your mouth? Go ahead now. Just speak into the microphone now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mic check. Mic check.
Please state your name and position.
I am Dr. Kendra Harris, Dean of the School of Business at the University of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, they were asking that you speak into the microphone.
Okay. I am speaking into the mic. Is this better? Hello, I am speaking into the mic. Is this better? No? Yes? No?
We could hear you, but it doesn't sound like you're being picked up by.
Any other suggestions for what I need to do? Oh, so I can just speak louder.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I'm speaking louder. Is that a little better? Great, thank you.
Good job. All right, let's move to St. Thomas.
Good afternoon. Haldane Davies, Director of the Bureau of Economic Research.
St. Thomas came through nicely. Okay, let's go online. Let's try online and see how that goes now. Mr. Wells? Is that Ram? I'm sorry. I think you have to turn on your camera. Tell you what, we'll take a 1 minute recess. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture will be in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture, we're back on the record. We had a little technical difficulty, but we're back on. Let's start with testimonies by the testifier. E.D. Saunier, would you please begin?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Hubert L. Frederick, Vice Chair Senator Angel Bocas Jr., members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, honorable members of the 36th Legislature, and the viewing public. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill number 36-0194, which urges the United States Congress and the Office of the United States Trade Representative to expand and modernize the Caribbean Basin Initiative to reflect today's economic realities and the evolving structure of regional and global trade. My name is Eric Saunier, and I serve as the Executive Director of the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park, UVI-RT Park for short. The UVI-RT Park was established to catalyze innovation-driven economic growth through technology development, academic partnerships, and workforce training. I appear before you today in support of this legislation with the recommendation that the committee amends the bill to clarify the position of the role of the U.S. Virgin Islands amongst the 17 CBERA beneficiary countries. The case for modernizing the CBI. The Caribbean Basin Initiative was originally designed to strengthen economic stability through manufacturing and good-based trade preferences. It was designed for an era in which economic development was driven primarily by the production of goods. Exports consisted largely of manufactured and agriculture products, and customs treatment served as the main lever of trade policy. Today, policymakers increasingly recognize that Caribbean economies are primarily services-based, with growth driven by tourism, professional services, ICT-enabled work, financial and business support services, and digital trade, making duty-free treatment of goods a less decisive constraint on economic growth. As Bill number 36-0194 correctly states, the global economy has evolved dramatically since the enactment of the CBI, and modernization is now required to fill critical gaps in the existing framework. Some of the most promising growth opportunities in the Caribbean are no longer tied to physical exports alone. They are tied to software and digital services, energy reliability, grid resilience, and domestic power technologies, data security, cybersecurity, and financial infrastructure technologies, healthcare, education, and logistics technologies, and advanced manufacturing methods focus on efficiency, quality, and scalable production. These are precisely the sectors where small, highly skilled jurisdictions within the Caribbean can compete globally if policy frameworks like the CBI evolve to support them. Academic partnerships and workforce development as trade infrastructure. One of the most important evolutions reflected in Bill number 36-0194 is the recognition that human capital is an essential part of trade infrastructure. Through our partnership with the University of the Virgin Islands, the UVI-RT Park integrates 1, student internships and applied learning, 2, faculty-industry collaboration, and 3, workforce upskilling aligned to empower employer needs. A modernized CBI that explicitly values skills development, knowledge transfer, and SME participation would align federal trade policy with the very investments that island nations and territories like ours are already making at the local level. Incorporating a workforce and knowledge development pillar that operates alongside existing trade preferences would emphasize eligibility standards and cooperative frameworks that encourage alignment between education systems, innovation hubs, and export-oriented industries. In practice, this would support partnerships between universities, research institutions, and private firms, facilitate knowledge transfer between the U.S. and the Caribbean, and ensure that Caribbean talent pipelines are prepared to meet the needs of U.S. companies. Additionally, one of the most overlooked strengths of the Caribbean entrepreneur ecosystem is that founders often build solutions to the problems they personally experience. When entrepreneurs and institutions in the U.S. or U.S. Virgin Islands collaborate with peers across the Caribbean, they're not duplicating efforts, but co-developing regionally relevant solutions that can scale across multiple markets. A modernized CBI that encourages cross-border collaboration, SME participation, innovation networks, skills development, and knowledge transfer would unlock potential to and align federal trade policy with these Caribbean-grown investment opportunities. The Virgin Islands as a strategic bridge. As the bill correctly recognizes, the U.S. Virgin Islands occupies a unique position, both an integral part of the United States and an active Caribbean stakeholder. This dual identity allows the territory to serve as a testing ground for modern trade frameworks, a bridge between U.S. policy and Caribbean implementation, a neutral platform for regional collaboration, a hub for U.S. companies entering Caribbean markets, and a launch point for Caribbean innovators accessing U.S. systems. Explicitly including the U.S. Virgin Islands as one of the 17 CBERA beneficiary countries is not recommended, as the territory already benefits from this substantial and distinct trade preferences with the United States by virtue of our territorial status. An inclusion would raise unnecessary legal and enforcement concerns within a framework designed for foreign countries. At the same time, the U.S. Virgin Islands should be recognized as a prime stakeholder and implementation partner in an effort to modernize the Caribbean Basin Initiative, particularly given its unique position as U.S. jurisdiction in the Caribbean that can support compliance, coordination, workforce development, digital services, and innovation-led trade without undermining existing safeguards. Modernization should intentionally leverage the U.S. Virgin Islands as a platform for U.S.-aligned infrastructure, talent development, and regional collaboration, ensuring that territorial strengths are integrated into the broader Caribbean economic ecosystem while preserving the integrity of CBI's beneficiary structure. This approach allows the U.S. Virgin Islands to be fully part of the conversation and solution set without creating statutory conflicts. In closing, Bill number 36-0194 is important because it recognizes that the Caribbean Basin Initiative must evolve to reflect how economic growth and trade now occur in practice. At its core, the bill affirms that, 1, the Caribbean's future is increasingly innovation and services driven, not solely dependent on goods-based trade. 2, small and medium-sized enterprises and entrepreneurs are central to economic resilience and regional competitiveness. 3, human capital and workforce readiness are essential components of modern trade infrastructure. And 4, the Virgin Islands, as a U.S. jurisdiction in the Caribbean, should have a meaningful role in shaping and implementing modernization efforts. A thoughtfully modernized CBI that reflects today's economic realities can strengthen regional trade while empowering entrepreneurs, supporting high-quality job creation, and building long-term economic resilience for the United States, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the wider Caribbean. At the UVI RT Park, we are already advancing this vision in ways that demonstrate how CBI modernization can work in practice, and we look forward to our continued involvement in this effort. Thank you for your leadership. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Director Saunier. E.D. Satori, can you start your testimony?
Good afternoon, Honorable Hubert L. Frederick, Chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Honorable Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., Vice Chairman, and members Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Marie C. James, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Clifford A. Joseph, to the members of the 36th Legislature, staff, the listening and viewing audiences. I am Sandra Satori, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission. On behalf of the VIPSC, I wish to express our appreciation for your leadership in introducing Bill number 36-0194, which urges the United States Congress and the Office of the United States Trade Representative to expand and modernize the Caribbean Basin Initiative, or the CBI. The Commission is pleased to offer its strong support for this forward-looking resolution. We recognize the importance of ensuring that the United States Virgin Islands is not only included, but also prioritized as a stakeholder in regional development efforts. The modernization of the CBI to encompass 21st century economic priorities, such as digital services, renewable energy, climate resilience, and critical infrastructure innovation, will help position the Virgin Islands and our Caribbean neighbors for sustainable and inclusive growth. The legislature aligns with our shared commitment to fostering economic and public infrastructure diversification, enhancing regional collaboration, and building resilience in the face of global challenges. We are pleased to offer the necessary support for this important initiative and to endorse Bill number 36-0194 as a meaningful step toward a stronger and more competitive Caribbean region. The CBI, which was established to promote economic growth and regional trade between the United States and Caribbean and Central American nations, supports many of the core mandates and goals of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission by fostering conditions that encourage infrastructure modernization, regulatory advancement, and economic resilience in vital service sectors. Initially established by the Caribbean Basin Economic Recovery Act of 1983, and later expanded through amendments like the Caribbean Basin Trade Partnership Act of 2000. As recent as 2020, the U.S. Senate voted to renew the act through September 30th of 2030. The initiative is established to promote investment, stimulate production, and diversify exports in the beneficiary countries. The PSC's mission is to ensure that public utilities within the United States Virgin Islands provide safe, reliable, and affordable services that advance economic growth and enhance the quality of life for all residents. While the CBI is primarily a trade preference program designed to facilitate economic development and export diversification by providing duty-free access to the U.S. market for most goods, and while it does not directly focus on the specific operational and regulatory aspects of public utilities, energy, electricity, telecommunications, water, and infrastructure, etc., the modernization of the CBI would certainly complement the mission of regional regulatory commissions by advancing policies and partnerships that strengthen energy, telecommunications, water, and infrastructure systems, which are key and primary facilities under the Public Services Commission oversight. However related, more modernized partnerships and initiatives complement the mission of the PSC and utility commissions by advancing policies and partnership that strengthen utility systems. Specifically, the Commission recognizes that the energy sector modernization, modernizing the CBI to emphasize renewable energy, energy efficiency, and climate resilience aligns with the PSC. Missions must be able to align local policy objectives with evolving clean energy mandates and requirements, not just jurisdictionally, but regionally as well. Telecommunications and digital infrastructure. The inclusion of digital services and technology under an updated CBI framework promotes the expansion of broadband, data connectivity, and telecommunications innovation, advancing Utility Commission's objectives of development, accessibility, affordability, and reliability within our Caribbean region and globally as well. It transforms the nature of regulated entities and services, promotes the need for updated regulatory frameworks, shifts regulatory focus to new areas, for example, cybersecurity, data protection, management and privacy, universal service, and the digital divide. As a result, the CBI necessitates a transformation of the area public services and utilities commissions and legislative roles from traditional rate and service regulation to more dynamic, agile, and technically informed oversight bodies focused on market competition, infrastructure resilience, and consumer protection in the digital age. Water and wastewater infrastructure. Through increased opportunities for investment, knowledge networking, and intellectual exchange, a revitalized CBI can support sustainable water and wastewater management practices, enhancing service delivery and operational resilience. Economic and ratepayer impact. By strengthening regional commerce, international regional trade, creating jobs, and stimulating investment, the CBI indirectly supports the PSC's goal of ensuring just and reasonable utility rates while fostering infrastructure growth and consumer advocacy. Economic and ratepayer impact. There is no direct benefit to the United States Virgin Islands right now. However, indirectly and by promoting regional economic development, facilitating interregional commerce, and encouraging workforce expansion and capital investment, the CBI supports conditions that are consistent with the PSC's statutory obligation to ensure just and reasonable utility rates. Sustained economic growth and investment in an integrated regional system, such as the one shared by the U.S. Virgin Islands and neighboring Eastern Caribbean countries, contribute to a stable revenue base for utilities, support prudent infrastructure development, and enhance system reliability, all while mitigating upward pressure on rates and advancing the long-term interest of ratepayers. For these reasons, the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission is a member of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, or NARUC, as we refer to it, the Mid-Atlantic Conference of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, which we refer to as MACRUC, and very importantly, the Organization of Caribbean Utility Regulators, or OCUR. The Commission believes that a re-engineered Caribbean Basin Initiative will enhance regional collaboration, partnerships, drive technological innovation, and position the Virgin Islands as a key participant in the evolving Caribbean and global economic landscape. The Virgin Islands Public Services Commission is therefore pleased to offer its support of Bill number 36-0194 and expresses its appreciation for the CBI's broader vision. In recognizing the Virgin Islands' role as an integral partner in regional development, the Commission commends the continued efforts to advance shared prosperity, strengthen institutional collaboration, and advance sustainable growth across the Caribbean. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony and comments on this very important resolution.
Thank you very much, Director Satori. The next testifier up is Dr. Kendra Harris. Please proceed with your presentation.
Good day, Chairman Frederick, Senator Bolquest, Senators Clifford Joseph, Novell Francis, Franklin Johnson, Marvin Blyden, Other members on the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other members of the 36th Legislature present, staff members of the legislature, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audiences, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Kendra L. Harris. I'm the Dean of the School of Business at the University of the Virgin Islands. I am here because I accepted the request from Senator Bolquist to testify and lend a few words of support for Bill number 36-0194, as been previously stated, a resolution urging the United States Congress and the Office of the United States Trade Representative to expand and modernize the Caribbean Basin Initiative. There's at least one calculation on the gross domestic product status in the Caribbean region, and that is, it is projected to be $157.07 billion in 2026. According to previous data, my data isn't as updated as yours, Senator Bolquist, but it is consistent, that year-over-year increases in imports to the U.S. from CBI countries, there were year-over-year increases since 2016. In 2022, the total imports were $1.876 billion. Given these figures, we're talking about substantive dollars generated in the Caribbean region. My testimony is primarily from my background and my appreciation for trade agreements because of their macroeconomic environment benefit. This testimony comes in particular from that business background, which was generated as early as the time and when I was working on my doctoral degree and studying the global economy and how critical trade agreements are in that economy, and from investigating this specific subject at hand, the CBI, as it is operational in the USVI. Again, this background affords me an appreciation for the potential positive impact of trade agreements and, by extension, Caribbean trade programs. And in addition, my lived experiences of being here in the territory, which pales in comparison to everyone in this room, but I'm sure we can all appreciate that the economic and trade policy swings and uncertainty have an effect on the USVI. The School of Business has demonstrated this authentic appreciation for where we are in the territory, the global economy, and the whole concept of logistics and supply chain, and that I stewarded the execution of the latest iteration of our Executive MBA program, which is explicitly focused on the academic and practical business aspects of logistics and supply chain. I enlisted some feedback from one of the alumni from that Executive MBA program, which just graduated its inaugural class, and that is someone who is operating in the logistics and supply chain space here in the territory. All that said, to state the obvious, we are a quasi-remote region. We're hundreds of miles from the mainland, and on the one hand, our survival is based on robust import and export activity for the exchange of goods and services. this remote access affects the availability and and most importantly, the cost of goods and services for its citizens. However, on the other hand, we're uniquely positioned. Because of where we are in the Caribbean region, we have infinite opportunities to facilitate the movement of goods and services within the region, and also for the U.S. mainland and to other points in the world. So that makes us a tremendous asset for the mainland. Hence, the Caribbean Basin Initiative, which has been subsequently expanded, has been articulated to the Caribbean Basin Trade and Partnership Act, serves as a great catalyst for leveraging our trading and distribution logistics abilities. According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the impact of the CBI is that overall trade between the U.S. and the region grew significantly. Past evaluation of the CBI has revealed that there have been some challenges, and also has been previously stated, it has historically focused on primarily goods and services. And we know that the service sector, tourism for one, is a substantive aspect of Caribbean commerce. Another challenge has been ensuring that all of the trading partners, for example, CARICOM, perceive that there's equity in the agreements. Fortunately, the good news is that there are myriad recommendations, and a lot of those have been articulated in detail, and I think my list is a generalized summation of what has been previously articulated. Those upside potential improvements in the CBI include: 1, logistics and value-added distribution; 2, food/seafood processing and cold chain services; 3, niche manufacturing and assembly; and 4, service exports associated with trade flows, such as repair and return logistics, quality testing, and compliance. That said, we in the School of Business, University of the Virgin Islands, fully provide our support for the efforts to maintain the Caribbean Basin Initiative and to identify ways to continue to strengthen it. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before this august body. I will now answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harris. We'll now go to Dr. Haldane Davies. Dr. Davies, are you prepared to present? Dr. Davies, you may proceed with your presentation.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to the Honorable Hubert L. Frederick, Chairperson of the United States Virgin Islands 36th Legislature Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other committee members, other members of the legislature present, legislative staff, fellow testifiers, members of the media, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Haldane Davies, and I am Director of the Bureau of Economic Research, Government of the United States Virgin Islands. I welcome the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0910, a resolution urging the United States Congress and the Office of the United States Trade Representative to expand and modernize the Caribbean Basin Initiative, CBI, to further support economic growth and development in the Virgin Islands and the wider Caribbean region. The CBI is important to the continued economic and financial stability of the United States Virgin Islands, especially considering the government employees' retirement system's dependence on the securitization of the rum cover-over proceeds. Other exports, including oil, jewelry, watches, alcoholic beverages, and other goods, enjoy duty-free access to the U.S. mainland under this initiative. Circumstances surrounding the safety and security of the Western Hemisphere, including the U.S. invasion of Grenada in 1983, led to the introduction of the United States of America Trade Preferences Programs for the Caribbean and Central American region under the Caribbean Basin Economic Recovery Act, CBERA, also known collectively as the Caribbean Basin Initiative, CBI. As of 2023, and until recently in 2025, the CBI provided 17 countries and dependent territories with duty-free access to the U.S. market for most goods. CBI benefits were expanded through the enactment of the Caribbean Basin Trade Partnership Act in 2000, relevant provisions in the Trade Act of 2002, the Haitian Hemispheric Opportunity through Partnership Encouragement Act of 2006, also referred to as the HOPE Act, the HOPE II Act of 2008, and the Haitian Economic Lift Program Act of 2010, also referred to as the HELP Act, and the Trade Preference Extensions Act of 2015. Together with economic reform and other actions taken by beneficiary countries to liberalize their trade regimes, the trade benefits of the CBI have both helped beneficiary countries and dependent territories in the region diversify their exports and have contributed to the economic growth, albeit at varying degrees. The November 2025 National Security Strategy of the United States of America purports to have a strong and stable Western Hemisphere, devoid of threats to national security and ensuring regional stability among nations, states, and territories. While this strategy may be viewed in diverse ways by the world, one key factor in support of the strategy is the importance of revising and expanding trade opportunities among nations, especially those in the Caribbean region. Caribbean nations, states, and territories must be able to thrive economically while maintaining their sovereignty and determination. This could be done through new preferential trade agreements and the easier yet structured movement of goods, services, technology, and human resources across the region and hemisphere. Thus, the renewal and expansion of the CBI or some other collaborative agreement may be seen as central to the growth and stability of the region. Results of the more recent and ongoing regional activities are still being written, and whatever the outcome, the safety and economic well-being of the region must be maintained. According to the Center for a New Economy, CNE, both Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands have benefited from excise taxes collection on rum and spirits imported to the U.S. from Puerto Rico and USVI production, and non-Puerto Rico and non-USVI sources in conjunction with the CBI. Over the last 30 years, 1994 to 2023, the U.S. Virgin Islands received approximately $4.3 billion in rum cover-over funds, an average of $143 million per year, ranging from $32.9 million in 1994 to $224.3 million in 2023. The highest amount received by the U.S. Virgin Islands was $285.8 million in 2022. During the same period, Puerto Rico received $10.6 billion in rum cover-over funds, an average of $355 million per year, ranging from $202.4 million in 1994 to $362.4 million in 2023. The highest amount received by Puerto Rico was $519.7 million in 2021. In 2022, CBI beneficiary countries supplied $11.6 billion of U.S. imports, ranking 26th among U.S. import suppliers. U.S. imports from CBI beneficiaries steadily grew from $5.1 billion in 2020 to $8.7 billion in 2021 and $11.6 billion in 2022, which represented an increase of 70.5% and 33.7% respectively. This is largely attributed to economic recovery following the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, according to the Center for the New Economy. U.S. imports under the CBI tariff preferences increased to $1.9 billion in 2022 from $1.4 billion in 2021 and $1.2 billion in 2020. The increase in 2022, 34%, was preceded by an increase of 16.7% in 2021. The rise in 2022 was primarily driven by a higher value of U.S. imports of petroleum products from Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Jamaica, and Curacao, achieving $940.2 million in 2022, up from $547.4 million in 2020, or an increase of 71.7%, according to the CNE. The reauthorization of the CBI is an opportunity to strengthen existing trade preferences and expand and modernize the CBI by transforming it from a unilateral goods-only agreement into a more stable, resilient, inclusive, and collaborative partnership with more benefits and incentives for the U.S. Caribbean territories. Whether it is maritime trade, transportation logistics, port and waterway security, or economic development and expansion, alliances that are balanced and respectful among all parties could significantly advance and secure the economic future of the Caribbean. There is need for the reauthorized CBI to provide development support and aid for trade to help countries build productive capacity, upgrade infrastructure, and align their economies with the program's requirements. There's also the need to make the rules of origin more flexible by allowing for the use of raw materials and inputs from a wider range of countries, including current and former CBI beneficiaries. This could enhance the region's competitiveness and boost trade. The CBI should not be left to the priorities of any one administration, but needs stability by means of codifying or making permanent the provisions of the legislation. There is greater potential for collaboration, participation, and compliance when parties are engaged in the conversation, as opposed to being recipients of unilateral and discretionary decision-making which creates uncertainty and dissuades long-term investments. It should be noted that although most Caribbean economies are now service-oriented, as noted by former testifiers, the current CBI program focused primarily on trade in goods. Admittedly, some opportunities exist where back office operations, like in the areas of tourism, finance, IT, etc., like those types businesses, process outsourcing, and call centers are in operation across the Caribbean. More opportunities for duty-free access for service exports are needed in areas like finance, tourism, and information technology, among others. Other areas of a new CBI focus may include promoting digitization and improving access to finance for small and medium-sized enterprises to boost productivity and economic impact, fostering deeper intra-regional trade and policy coordination with the Caribbean community, CARICOM, to allow small economies to achieve greater scale and bargaining power on the global stage should be considered. Additionally, investments in climate resilience and energy security could promote transition to renewable energy sources and reduce reliance on the more expensive oil imports. This could enhance competitiveness of national economies while allowing the region to maintain its pristine environment. The further development of human capital is critical to addressing skills mismatching and underemployment in the workforce. Educational exchanges to create a more skilled labor pool in emerging sectors like specialized manufacturing and digital technology is yet another possible avenue for human capital development, which could improve the economic well-being of individuals and stem the tide of brain drain and migration that so often unfavorably impact Caribbean nations. Indeed, a modernized CBI can more effectively support sustainable economic growth and resilience in the Caribbean Basin area by fostering public-private partnerships to bridge the infrastructure gap and support economic growth. Consortiums between large multinational and small to medium-sized local developers and contractors can also provide knowledge and technology transfer and retain more resources in the local economy. The list of eligible goods in the CBI should be expanded to include more value-added commodities and niche products, and simplified administrative and regulatory procedures could potentially increase the all-round utilization rate of the initiative. Aligning the Caribbean Basin's initiative with Partnership for American Caribbean Cooperation, PACC 2030, by focusing on development finance, security, local capacity building, and clean energy is a pivotal point for consideration. Improved approaches to security cooperation and anti-money laundering measures to better address transnational criminal organizations are also needed. The United States Virgin Islands is uniquely positioned to facilitate trade as it exists outside of the U.S. Customs Zone and not subject to the Jones Act. It can receive and transfer goods to and from the U.S. mainland while benefiting from the docking and clearance fees that improved financial positioning. The establishment of a USVI International Open Flag Registry on approval by Congress would not only allow more ships to be U.S. registered, but also provide a wider base of carriers that could support the goals of the nation on a global scale. It would also bring additional revenue to the territory to improve marine and maritime facilities and ensure that more Virgin Islanders are trained and prepared to fill jobs at all levels in this lucrative field. According to the Center for Ocean Policy and Economics, COPE, U.S. commercial vessels constitute just 0.4% of the total global fleet of commercial vessels. In 5 years, the U.S. commercial fleet declined by 12%, as the People's Republic of China's increased by 55%. The United States is almost entirely reliant on other countries for trade. Less than 2% of U.S. imports are carried on U.S.-owned ships, and less than 1% of U.S. imports are carried on U.S.-flagged ships. U.S. maritime operators and government agencies have little control over vessels registered under opaquely operated international flags, which may facilitate unfavorable activity. Additionally, the U.S. ranks first in global naval capability, but only 26th in commercial merchant marine capacity. The People's Republic of China is ranked second in both. The Department of Defense is heavily reliant on foreign flag tankers, which dramatically increases national security risk, especially during prolonged conflicts, according to COPE. The U.S. 2025 National Security Strategy has offered a few initiatives to help address this particular challenge. The renewed CBI can call for the immediate establishment of an open international U.S. flag registry in the United States Virgin Islands to provide responsible and transparent oversight to a commercial fleet of international and domestically owned and operated vessels plying in the region. This would support the establishment of a long-discussed construction of a secure, high-throughput, and technologically advanced transshipment hub in the USVI, and perhaps in initial collaboration with Puerto Rico, together the U.S. Caribbean, to increase U.S. trade and U.S. trade capacity and resiliency, with an emphasis on secure cargo and cruise and efficient, sustainable short sea shipping. It could also require the career and technical education apparatus in the territory to rapidly deploy modern maritime education and training methods in the USVI, including in-person, online, mixed reality, and simulator training to attract new talent and upskill existing maritime workers for water transportation businesses licensed and operating here. The reauthorized CBI could also require that the U.S. Caribbean territories partner with U.S. interagency counterparts, as well as international organizations and collaborators, to develop new technologies and a specific set of measurement and assessment tools to address strategic maritime issues, increase transparency, and enforce legal and ethical standards locally, regionally, nationally, and globally. We applaud the efforts of this august body to seek increased and improved benefits and incentives from Congress and the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative through a reauthorized CBI or other congressional means available to the United States Virgin Islands. The Bureau of Economic Research remains fully committed to doing its part to assist in the economic research, development, and expansion of the territory of which the CBI is pertinent. The task ahead is great, and we all have significant work to do to continuously improve the quality of life and living for our residents and visitors alike. The challenges along the path are many, but the vision to create a better Virgin Islands is achievable. Thank you, Senator Frederick and bill sponsor, Senator Volquez, for your stewardship in holding this hearing and for keeping the economic well-being of our territory high on the agenda of the 36th legislature. It is certainly an investment of time and resources that will pay great dividends in the years to come. I welcome the opportunity to answer any questions regarding this important hearing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Davies. We're trying to see, I'm not sure if we lost connection with Dr. Ram. There he is. All right, good. Dr. Ram, are you ready to present?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and honorable members of the committee, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of Bill number 36-0194. I commend the legislature of the United States Virgin Islands for advancing this timely and necessary measure, which addresses the future relevance and effectiveness of the Caribbean Basin Initiative in supporting economic development, resilience, and regional stability. The CBI has served for more than 40 years as a cornerstone of United States-Caribbean economic relations. However, recent evidence from official United States government assessments demonstrates that while the initiative continues to deliver benefits, its structure has not kept pace with fundamental changes in global trade production systems, climate risk, and the economic realities facing both Caribbean economies and the United States territories, such as the United States Virgin Islands. The purpose of the bill is therefore not to expand the trade preferences indiscriminately, but to modernize an existing framework that is underperforming due to outdated design rather than flawed intent. Declining utilization rates, extreme export concentration, and widening gaps between eligibility and actual use all point to the same conclusion. Without modernization, the CBI will continue to lose relevance as a development tool at precisely the moment when the Caribbean geopolitical pressures from the evidence is equally clear. The CBI employment or its consumers. On the contrary, it supports upstream United States industries, strengthens regional supply chains, and contributes to stability in a strategically important region. For the U.S. Virgin Islands, the initiative carries direct economic and fiscal relevance, reinforcing the case for territorial inclusion in any future reform. For these reasons, I strongly support the bill and urge its passage as an evidence-based call for modernization that aligns United States trade policy with 21st century economic realities. Let me just touch on some of the analytics that I have looked at in support of these amendments. So, first of all, I must say that the CBI remains a central mechanism through which the United
Okay. Maybe we could try to just have him complete his testimony audio only, because the video might be the one that's tying up a lot of bandwidth. Nonetheless, let's go ahead and proceed. That was the last of the testimony for the day. So I think we could start with our questions. We could start with our questions. Mr. Saunier, let me ask you a question. The RT Park is uniquely positioned for technology-related opportunities. How do you see this particular resolution impacting the RT Park as it relates to technology-related companies wanting to come here?
Good afternoon, Senator Frederick. Thank you for the question. As you mentioned, yeah, we are focused on tech and knowledge-based companies. The companies primarily that we attract to be in the RT Park are from the U.S. mainland, so they are already able to take advantage of all the policies and everything that's put in place by the federal government. One of the issues that we run into when we think about expanding out into the broader region is just things like that were mentioned today: compliance, KYC, anti-money laundering, all of those areas. And we don't have sort of this consistent framework that all of the 17 beneficiary countries are able to work with. So I think establishing that, having the U.S. Virgin Islands play a major role in whatever that framework looks like, could benefit not only our companies, but also benefit different stakeholders, startups, technology companies that are being built around us that also want to access the U.S. market, so that everybody understands exactly what the playing field is and how to compete. And so we want to work it both ways. We want to provide opportunities to the RT Park clients. We want to provide opportunity to U.S. Virgin Islands entrepreneurs, but then we also want to be a launch pad for Caribbean founders and entrepreneurs to enter the U.S. market and understand how to navigate.
And that's because we're uniquely suited. We've got residents here from the Eastern Caribbean, deep roots, so it would be relatively easy to establish a relationship that could actually foster some economic development.
Absolutely. We also face some of the same challenges, as you're probably familiar. Some of the fintech products, PayPal, Cash App, these are US-based companies that still we in the US Virgin Islands sometimes have issues setting up accounts, moving money throughout the region. And we've even had startup founders from some of the OECS companies reach out to our accelerator program and try to solve a similar problem. So even though we're US-based territory, we're still facing some of the same challenges some of our brothers and sisters are in St. Lucia and some of the other Caribbean islands that we work with.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned fintech companies, because if you look at PayPal, you look at most of the credit card companies that do processing, it's across the international lines. And so why is it so difficult for us as USVI, hybrid, American/Caribbean, why can't we benefit from both sides?
Yeah, and what I've found is that because we're US-based, it's easier for us to find loopholes or workarounds. But if you're based in St. Vincent, St. Lucia, one of the other countries, it's harder. And so therefore, they're trying to tackle the problem. And they're looking to us as a neighbor to help them navigate those waters. And then once they solve that problem, we can benefit from that as well. But there's just no digital framework for us to work together today.
I'm going to open the floor to questions. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're up for your 7 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to my colleagues and the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I must say, though, that all the testifiers do agree with the bill and support the bill. And for the first time in a long time, I'll be honest, the testimonies were on point. You can see all of you did your research, and you all have excellent response in your testimony. And I really would like to say thank you for that. You don't see that often in this body. We don't. Let me start with RT Park, and good afternoon again. You spoke to the Virgin Islands role with all 17 beneficiaries country and how we could play a pivotal role in that respect, not only in the technology space, but other space in terms of new areas that's coming along every day and how we can fill the gap in that respect. Let me ask you, in respect to us being a strategic bridge that you spoke to, and you spoke to testing ground for modern trade frameworks, a bridge between U.S. policy and Caribbean implementation. So can you speak a little bit more about that in terms of what you see can happen as a result of this piece of legislation moving forward?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Senator Blyden. I can use two examples to illustrate what I was saying. One is we run an accelerator program within the RT Park. Financial technology or fintech is an area that a lot of people are trying to solve in the region, and we've had entrepreneurs participate in our program from some of the beneficiary countries that are listed. In order to start a company in the early stages, you definitely need capital, which means that at that stage you're fundraising. So you're asking for individuals, high net worth individuals, institutional investors to invest in your company. And it's hard for someone in the mainland US to understand the issues that we have in the Caribbean around moving money, right? And so we naturally become a bridge to communicate that issue to our mainland investors to say, look, this is a problem that we're facing in the region. This is the size of that problem, and here's the opportunity if you can help us unlock that. So that's really us just being a strategic partner and a strategic bridge between our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean and the mainland US. So that's like one example, just using fintechs and startups as an example. A second example is related to, at the RT Park, we just finished, we received a FEMA mitigation grant so we could build our ground mount solar farm to power our Building 64 West. The way that we built that ground mount, well, the solar farm is a ground mount. The reason that is designed in that way is that our solar panels are as low to the ground as they possibly can be. And because through the process of designing those solar panels, the lower you are to the ground, it reduces the risk of wind getting under the solar panels and lifting them up in a hurricane. Now, this is a problem that we have. This is a problem Jamaica has, St. Vincent, all of our Caribbean neighbors. That may not be a problem for someone building a solar farm in Illinois, right? And so being able to use that as a testing ground and allow our brothers and sisters from the region to come and learn and explore the way that we built our ground mount only benefit us as a region.
Appreciate that, and also I appreciate what you stated in terms of human capital and workforce readiness. That's critical also in that respect. Mr. Haldiz, thank you so much again for your testimony also. And you spoke to something that's very important that we really, and I've been talking about for years, in terms of the marine and maritime facilities to ensure that more Virgin Islanders are trained and prepared to fill jobs at all levels in this lucrative field. How much, in respect to industry, how much is that industry on an annual basis when it comes to the marine industry? How much money is circulating in that industry on a regular basis in the Virgin Islands? Do you know? Because I know you do a lot of research.
Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. On average, Senator, you're looking at about $150 million annually from that industry, and that's more within the context of direct impact. When you add to that indirect and induced, that number multiplies significantly more.
And in respect to jobs, how many jobs in that industry also, because there are many, 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 many jobs in that industry that we really need to take advantage of in the Caribbean, in particular the Virgin Islands?
Yes, within our particular context, and we did a study and analysis on this not too long ago, and even within the particular arena, you're looking at around close to 6,000 jobs generally that's impacted and touched as a result of that industry currently.
Okay, very well. And let me go quickly because I know my time is almost expired. Executive Director in Throne, and I really want to also thank you for your testimony. You spoke to enhancing regional collaboration and building resiliency. How
1 minute.
How do you see that being affected in a positive way once we actually pass this piece of legislation? Yes.
Sandra Satori, Virgin Islands Public Services Commission. Thank you very much for that question, Senator Blyden. Resiliency in the sense that many of the regulated commissions throughout the Caribbean and the U.S. have been able to literally share best practices so far as policies and partnerships are concerned. We do comparative studies and analysis among the commissions throughout the Caribbean and the U.S. Responding specifically to your question about resiliency, I have to say that over the years since the Caribbean Basin Initiative legislation, we have seen tremendous growth in terms of infrastructure throughout the Caribbean. That has given us the opportunity not just to collaborate on studies and theory, but also to assist other nations, other Caribbean nations through our national organization, through our regional organization, but also the fact that the Public Services Commission is a member of the Caribbean Utility Regulatory Organization as well. And so we've seen the growth, we've seen the tremendous transformation throughout the region. The Caribbean nations are subject to the same type of disasters as we are here in the Virgin Islands. And so when we speak about resiliency, we tend to think of it in terms of how we're able to respond to those disasters and to rebuild. Caribbean nations don't have that exact same capacities and capabilities. So we actually get to work very closely with them to experience through their capacity building what it really is to utilize the funding, the trade capacity between the Caribbean regions and the United States. And so we've been able to work with these nations. They learn from us, we learn from them. But most importantly, to be able to offer the assistance, the intellectual assistance, as Mr. Soner explained it, the human capital that would allow them to withstand the disasters that they experience.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Chair. In closing, I would like to also add that when it comes to telecommunication and digital infrastructure, I can see a data center here really making a big difference for us and the wider Caribbean as a whole in terms of information and digital sharing of information and storing and security. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, and you're correct. I think we're uniquely primed for a data center. We have the capacity, we have the power on the south side, so you never know. South Shore side, you never know. Dr. Justin Ram, if you may, we got disconnected, so I want you to conclude your testimony. Hopefully the signal holds up.
Yes, let's hope so. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. My internet at the office completely went down. And so I'm just using my phone at the moment. So I hope that this is still acceptable. Let me just get back to where I was. So where I had left off, I was going to provide some analytical support in evidence for why I think the bill is absolutely necessary. And so I'll just continue from there. Now, as I was saying before, over 4 decades of the CBI, the initiative, it has influenced regional trade patterns and supported export-oriented industries and encouraged investment flows. However, recent assessments indicate that the initiative's design no longer aligns with contemporary Caribbean economic structures, resulting in declining utilization and concentrated benefits. These findings underpin the economic rationale for modernizing the framework as proposed under Bill 36-0194. So the CBI continues to shape trade patterns between beneficiary economies and the United States by influencing export diversification, sectoral performance, and market access outcomes. So let me just dive a little bit into some of the data and analytics that I think would be very useful. Now, data shows that most of the countries expanded their export product range over the past 3 decades, indicating deeper market integration. For those countries like Aruba, Guyana, Montserrat, and Belize, those recorded the largest increases, demonstrated diversification momentum. Others, such as Dominica and Haiti, contracted, reflecting structural vulnerabilities. Overall, the regional maintained stable export breadth, underscoring the value of preferential access, while highlighting uneven country-level performance. Now, the U.S. imports under the CBR across the major product categories from 2020 to 2024. Energy products, particularly methanol, dominate total import values, peaking in 2022. The data also shows that textiles and apparel remain relevant despite long-term restructuring of global supply chains. The category distribution demonstrates that CBERA utilization is concentrated and therefore a limited number of product groups. So again, the data supports why there needs to be reform and why we need to have expanded access for additional product groupings and services. A breakdown of U.S. imports of methanol and other energy products. Methanol volumes fluctuated from about 249 million in 2020 to 179 million in 2024, while other energy products range from about 407 million to 1.07 billion across the same period. These variations align with global energy price cycles and changes in export capacity. Energy products remain one of the primary channels through which beneficiaries leverage CBERA preferences. The number of distinct product categories exported across 9 industrial sectors over the period 2000 to 2024 in agriculture, chemical, and transportation-related products remain consistently present, while textiles and apparel show gradual decline over time. Electrics, machinery, minerals, and metals remain stable, indicating persistent but modest manufacturing capabilities. So because the region does not have significant manufacturing capabilities, it's also necessary for us to look at new products and services that should be under the CBERA. The sectoral pattern confirms a gradual shift away from traditional apparel assembly towards a more balanced mix of agriculture and industrial exports. Now, most exports fall within low and medium low R&D categories, consistent with the production structures of small island developing economies. Medium and medium-high R&D categories increased between 1990 and 2009 before stabilizing. demonstrating some technological upgrading during that period. The distribution highlights opportunities to support more innovation-oriented sectors through modernization of the initiative. So again, sectors where we want to have greater innovations and that can be supported are areas that I think that needs to be looked at. Okay. Now, let me just underscore a few more just before I wrap up, because a lot of this I have already provided in my written testimony. Now, modernizing the CBI for the Virgin Islands and the wider Caribbean responds directly to structural challenges identified in recent assessments. Although the CBI remains a core instrument of U.S. Caribbean engagement, its design reflects economic conditions that no longer exist. As a result, the initiative delivers uneven benefits and declining utilization, despite imposing no meaningful costs on the U.S. economy. So it's very important that we emphasize that there are no meaningful costs to the U.S. economy of this initiative, but there are benefits. When established, the program aligned with regional development strategies centered on apparel assembly, light manufacturing, agriculture, and resource-based exports. Over time, it was expanded legislatively to support apparel production. While these measures produced measurable products, they embedded a production model calibrated to late 20th century economic environments. Today, the global economy is characterized by services, digital trade, knowledge-intensive activity, and climate-related vulnerabilities. Competitiveness in small island economies is shaped by energy costs, infrastructure durability, and supply chain reliability rather than tariff margins alone. Yet the CBI remains confined to a narrow goods-based framework, reducing its developmental relevance. The U.S. imports under the Caribbean Basin Initiative by major categories between 2020 and 2024 reveals that extreme concentration within methanol and energy products, along with textiles and apparel, accounting for more than 80% of all preferential imports. The data also highlights volatility rather than sustained growth, which therefore means that there needs to be some reorganization of the products and services that are categorized under the CBI framework. So the overall gap, and I don't want to take too much more time, has resulted in declining trade and lack of market demand. On the contrary, eligible exports from the region have expanded significantly. However, average utilization rates have collapsed, reflecting structural barriers such as complex rules of origin, compliance costs that disproportionately affect small producers, limited export capacity, and weak alignment between eligibility criteria and modern production processes. The Office of the U.S. Trade Representative's 16 report confirmed these constraints, and so rather than non-compliance, drive low utilization in many beneficiary countries. From the perspective of the U.S. economy, again, I want to make it clear that the evidence strongly favors reform. Imports under the CBI represent a negligible share of total U.S. imports, and both the United States International Trade Commission and the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative conclude that the initiative has no meaningful negative impact on U.S. industries, employment, or consumers. Where measurable effects exist, they are often positive. United States upstream industries benefit from increased demand for intermediate inputs, particularly in textiles and apparel, supporting domestic employment and production. So, to conclude, the urgency of reform is heightened by impending expiration of key components of the CBI framework and recent changes in U.S. tariff policy that have narrowed preference margins. The 16th report to Congress documents these developments and makes clear that failure to modernize will further erode utilization and relevance. Bill number 36-0194 correctly identifies this moment as an opportunity to realign the initiative with 21st century economic conditions rather than allow gradual obsolescence. In conclusion, the combined evidence from the United States International Trade Commission and the Office of the United States Trade Representative strongly supports the bill. The CBI initiative remains a valuable policy instrument, but its current design constrains its effectiveness. Modernization would enhance development outcomes, strengthen regional stability, support United States territorial economies such as the U.S. Virgin Islands, and do so without imposing meaningful costs on the U.S. industries or consumers. And with this, I therefore submit my submission to the legislation, and I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ram. While you were reading the latter part of your testimony, I know you're an economist, and I tend to speak that funny language like you at times, and my colleagues sometimes they think I'm speaking French, but I was looking at opportunities in the Caribbean that we could use to foster the same economic climate globally that most other people share that we can't share because we're limited by our association with the United States. This is almost a hybrid opportunity if we work this properly, that they could give us a carve out to do business within a region in which we reside. And the symmetry that we could benefit from because we're so close, because we have a lot of cultural familiarity, it would cause a huge economic boom for this hemisphere. And that's why we're having this long discussion too. I think, Dr. Ram, you're from Barbados?
I live in Barbados, but I'm actually Trinidadian by birth.
And you know what the number one, according to this report that I got last night, it's from the Office of the President, and it's the 60 report to Congress on the operation of the Caribbean Basin Economic Recovery Act. It's a very long document. But guess which island nation is number one? Trinidad. Number two, Haiti. Number three, Jamaica. So we've got things that the United States want. We have a free trade zone, hungry, willing to go, that we could be the incubator, the U.S. Virgin Islands, to have most of these goods pass through, to become made in America or assembled in America or whatever, so that it bypass the foreign made stamp that we're trying to get away from. And it would legally make these companies sell through us.
Yes.
That's why it's so important to have this discussion. And it's more than, it's goods, it's services, it's just about everything, technology. This is how we do it. So for those people listening and it's getting a little, okay, it's boring, I don't understand what they're saying, we're trying to carve out ways in which the U.S. Virgin Islands could benefit from our complicated trade laws that has hampered us and made us leave the Caribbean to go and buy things that we could buy across the sea here, and we have to buy it all the way from somewhere in Tennessee or New Mexico or something like that, when it's right here, the same exact item. But we're restricted, we can't do it. So this resolution is asking for a little reprieve from this. And it's so good to hear all the various stakeholders, give their perspective. Dr. Ram isn't from here. Dr. Davies, you've been doing this for a long time. And this is what we need to do as a community if we're going to get out of this malaise that we feel like we can't get out. We're stuck. We have to get everything from the U.S. Anyway, I'm going to take Senator Franklin Johnson. You're up for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. And I do say a lot of this testimony is sometimes scary, but when you listen to it and understand, especially when Dr. Davies talk about these flagship, and you've really been following the trend of what's going on, it's real serious of the cost to live in the Virgin Islands with these ships, with these different flagships on it. And United States ain't going to build in any ship right now. So don't look for these costs to move too much anytime in the near future. But I want to start off with Director Sunier, and I want to follow up kind of what my colleague started on. And in the first paragraph, you say, I appear before you today in support of this legislation with recommendation that the committee amend the bill to clarify the position and role of the U.S. Virgin Islands among the 17. And what amendments, since the piece of legislation come out, have you seen some clarification in it that suits what you're trying to ask?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Johnson. Eric Saunier, Executive Director of the Research and Technology Park. I would say today, during Senator Boca's introduction, I got more clarity around exactly where we want to position the Virgin Islands within this bill. So he mentioned, I wrote down stakeholder and implementation partner, and I think that's important. And then I think within my team, we discussed a few other areas, whereas do we have a seat at the table when Congress and the trade representative are modernizing this bill? Is it a committee? Is it an individual? And then once it is put in place, and if we do get it passed as a permanent bill, what's our role then? Do we have an individual at the table? Do we have a committee? Are we a meeting space for the 17 beneficiary countries? Do they adopt our framework? So I think if we're going to push, there might be an opportunity to be a bit more aggressive and say everything that Senator Frederick just mentioned is we actually want to carve out, we actually want to be at the table when we make these decisions. And so I think being able to push a little bit more and clarify exactly where we want to sit when this is all set up is important.
And you also state that the Caribbean economies are now service-driven, while the CBI remains good focus. Which specific service sector are most constrained by current CBI framework?
Your question is which specific service sectors?
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough again, going back to the human capital, I don't think there's enough free movement between the different islands and nations. So I think we could do more there, and I think that helps the service sector. But then the same with entrepreneurs or individuals who want workforce development and training. We have a course at the University of the Virgin Islands. Why can't they come and participate? And then we had some hiccups in the spring of last year when the federal administration changed the rules around international students being able to participate in internships. And maybe that makes a difference if you're in the middle of the United States, but when you have a partner who's a couple of miles away and can't work here where he's attending school, it really disrupts the training and the workforce development that we have. So just trying to get maybe a permanent carve out here where if they change something in the federal government, it doesn't affect the students that are attending UVI.
I'm glad you said that because it makes me go back to sometimes some of our Virgin Islands folks want to take, let's say like a Marshall test. And you actually have to get on a plane and go to Puerto Rico. How does you guys be able to accommodate that? Isn't there a way we should be able to do this?
I would think so. I would think so. It probably above my pay grade.
Right, but I mean, it's very difficult. They actually have to get on a plane and go to Puerto Rico just to take a test.
Right.
I'll leave that alone. As you say, it's above the pay grade. I want to move on to Dr. Davies. And in your testament, you talk about this $4.3 billion in rum cover revenue over the last 30 years. My question is, from a physical stability standpoint, how vulnerable is the territory if the CBI is not modernized or permanently reauthorized?
All right, thank you very much for your question. Senator Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. As was noted in the testimony, the rum cover over within the context of the excise taxes that are collected are not only from those rums produced in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, but also from rums produced throughout the rest of the Caribbean that are imported duty-free into the United States of America. So if we only depend on what we produce here and in Puerto Rico, there will be a significant reduction in the total of what we receive annually within the context of those dollars.
Do you have an idea what numbers those different Caribbean island based on their production makes up for our rum cover over?
I can get that for you. I had it as part of the research, but I don't recall exactly right now, but I can get that for you.
I'll appreciate that because I always heard about the other Caribbean islands that produce rum and the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico benefiting from a percentage of it, but I've never actually heard the numbers to understand what those numbers reflect. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the lenience.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, and that request will come through the chair for you.
Thank you very much.
Point of information, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, colleagues, I just want to place on the record that the recommendations from the RT Park to clarify the USVI role, there's going to be an amendment for that, not in this hearing, but at the appropriate time. In addition to the recommendation from the University of the Virgin Islands pertinent to some additional industries in the request for modernization of the CBI. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. I just want to thank the other Caribbean islands for their rum, though. That's really nice. Myers rum. What are some of the top rums around? Thank you. We really needed that. Cabernet. What's the one from the Dominican Republic? That one that's a good. Burrell. Yeah. So Bugal. So we're giving a shout out to those people because those brands have helped us here. And that's a good thing. In fact, we need to be creative with more spirits because I understand rum is under pressure right now in the domestic market. They're not drinking as much. So if we need to come up with something else in the Caribbean, that would be nice as well. Point of information, Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just really quickly want to say that just as a reference, my prior colleague, asked about the amount of monies that we receive as a result of the Caribbean rum. And I just want to say that during the FY 2026 budget, $6 million were deposited in the treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands from the Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund, again, to help to fund the Government of the Virgin Islands. We average about, and it fluctuates at times, but between $6 to $8 million on an annual basis.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Jr. Now, that's great news. So we really need to consider how this opportunity could broaden the products and service that's provided in this region. That this is an opportunity of growth, and I'm glad it's coming through this committee because this is what it's for. We're supposed to do whatever we can to enhance the product, modernize it, as we say, so that it could, in the long run, help us out even more. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good day once again to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers. I do think that this piece of legislation is very much needed. It's unfortunate that we even have to do it because we are a part of the Caribbean, but because we are also under directive and a territory of the United States, we do have to follow their guidelines. And I think we've gotten to a point where we do need to expand and basically interact and get the benefits of also being in the Caribbean, whether it's cost savings, economic growth, or even the fact that we are intertwining with our fellow comrades as fellow Caribbean residents. The question I want to ask to any one of the panelists, maybe Mr. Davies can answer, how will success be measured with this modernized CBI? Because I want to know what our potential goals are. How will we say, well, hey, we are successful if we get to enter this situation?
All right, thank you for your question, Senator. And my response could come from different angles. More specifically, number one, within the context of the expansion of the program to include not only goods, but specific services, digitization, fintech opportunities, and others, where people will have the opportunity to invest even more in a direct way. Secondly, the whole matter of being able to have more movement of individuals across the territory. We know right now there are challenges, even got popped up on my phone a little while ago, where visas are being restricted from a number of different countries globally. But at the same time, we still have to look for ways and means and opportunities to be able to have the transfer of human skills across this territory. More than that, when we see the opportunities that we have in the marine and maritime environment here in the territory, and to really expand on goals that we've been talking about for so long now, there's a whole lot of direct investment that could be brought to the territory as a result of those opportunities. So being able to ensure that this legislation or a recommendation that will be going forward gives benefit and credence to all of these areas will really not only have a direct impact, but that induced an indirect impact of value here to the territory.
Okay, thank you so much. And let's say, what do you foresee as a plan as to how this would even be implemented if it's successful? How do you see our local partners, even federal partners, intertwining to make sure it's executed? And the second part to that, if successful, do you see that this could potentially cost us anything, or does even it could be a minuscule cost that, of course, will be undermined by the great assets that or increase in economic growth that we might garner? Tell me a little bit about your thoughts of potential costs if we are successful with this.
1 minute.
As well as
Yeah, I think,
well as making sure about the connection. Go ahead.
all right, thank you. The initial legislation from 1983, CBI, was more of a unilateral nature. There was no or little or no collaboration among the various parties. The Congress figured, well, as part of our extended goodwill within the context of the Caribbean region and the Western Hemisphere, let us offer these opportunities to these 17 countries within the Caribbean region. Going forward, I think it's important for there to be collaboration and discussion, for more funds to be made available to the Caribbean nations in order to grow the supply chains that are necessary to provide the goods and services that are required within the context of duty-free. If that being so, it would mean that it would be external or U.S.-based investments in a number of cases, and even other foreign direct investment that are authorized by Congress and the Treasury to be able to help us to move in that direction. If we have resources like land, that would be an opportunity for us to monetize and to put it out there so that we can have those opportunities here, and we can have our people participating in them in a dynamic way without any extensive financial investment from us, but we could be in there as part of the whole arrangement.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for the time. I heard my time has been called. I appreciate the additional time, Mr. Chair, and I do support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Halliga. The biggest opportunity we have is to make sure before we send this piece of legislation out that we get everything we need in it. And I appreciate all the input I'm getting from the various stakeholders, because they don't know when it hits Washington what our needs and desires are. This resolution will give them that footprint. So this is why this is so important. The chair recognizes Senator Clifford Joseph Jr. Senior. Oh, for his 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you for the testimonies. They were nice and precise and to the point. I'm in support of the resolution and whatever amendments that the author have for it. I'm in support, but a little earlier, Mr. Sonnier, a colleague asked a question. I just want to make sure, are you in support that it should be or we shouldn't be? Because in your testimony, you say you're not in support of being part of the Caribbean Initiative.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator Joseph. Eric Saunier, Executive Director of the RT Park. I was saying I am in support, and I wanted to make sure we took an opportunity to clarify what our role would be, not only in establishing the modernization, but also once it's in place, to continue to have a seat at the table so that we don't go another 20, 30 years and things have changed and they're making decisions in DC and elsewhere and we're not involved in that.
Okay,
but
clear.
I am in support.
Okay, clear, because earlier I was taking it different that Dr. Rams was in and we were cross, but I don't have no other questions because that was I was just studying that for a minute, but that's when after the colleague asked you a question, I saw you change what you were saying. I'm good, or we are good anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. Dr. Harris, I know from academia perspective, specifically, you're the dean of the business school. You have a lot of interaction with students from the Eastern Caribbean, and you're quite familiar with what the region brings. What specific opportunities? We're now looking at industries that we could focus on that would provide the biggest value to our economy here. Some things, it won't work because of our overhead, but there are things that we could do really well. Have you thought about some trade initiatives that we could include in this piece of legislation that might strengthen it so we could have a really broad package to give Washington?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Dr. Kendra Harris, Dean of the School of Business. Thank you for the question. I would like to give that a little more thought. I think the thing that is top of mind for me from a service perspective is the transfer of the human skills. And we talked about the interaction. I'm obviously wearing an academic hat. We've got a lot of opportunities at the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Caribbean nations view us as a significant point for coming to get education. And that isn't necessarily easy. We talked about visas, or in the discussion I heard some commentary about visas. I spoke about our executive MBA program. One of the people in that cohort is the general manager of the Marriott on St. Kitts. And
Nice.
yeah. And
Is a graduate from UVI?
no, she is now.
Okay.
Well, she is now because she's a graduate of our executive MBA program. Yes. Couple years ago, the School of Business spearheaded a trip to St. Kitts and Nevis because we have a very strong contingency of alumni and from that territory. And there seems to be a lot of interest in both undergraduate and graduate degree pursuits from individuals from that area.
So your focus is educational.
Well, I'm wearing my education hat, but back to your question, I would like to think more about some other opportunities throughout the Caribbean territory with respect to what can be added to this bill.
I've got a legal question to ask our attorney. Attorney Moore, if you can you educate us as to what the process would be for us to forward this type of resolution to Washington, and what does it take to actually make this thing a reality here?
If we forward the resolution to Washington, it will have to go to Congress initially. I think it's addressed to it's addressed to Congress. And it's important that we recognize the limitations that are placed upon us with the Revised Organic Act. So even if we do a laundry list of the things we want to make this as a comprehensive resolution, we will still have to be cognizant of the limitations placed by us upon the Revised Organic Act.
Thank you very much, Attorney Moore. So you see what we're trying to weave here, a very delicate web, but it's necessary, and we've made money from it, so it's not like with $8 million in our pocket, it's worth, going through this exercise and seeing what else we could do to get thrown in there, make it even better. I know energy seems to be a big one, Edie Satori. Energy is always key. That's the number one. The number one country is Trinidad, and they export of what is it? Some chemical they export to the United States that does very well. What else could we think of that would really benefit us besides, petrochemical stuff?
Okay, as you mentioned, yes, energy is a huge component of the services, infrastructure, and demands that the Caribbean countries benefit from under the CBI. However, there's also telecommunication, the entire spectrum of the communication fields. You talk about digital diversity as well. From Public Utilities Commission position, we also look at the development of these countries where water and wastewater infrastructure is concerned. The benefits from the energy industry allow these countries to expand those infrastructure and services to their communities and beyond. So from our perspective, it's yes, the energy aspect of it, the energy component of it, but it's also much, much more. It's the communication sector, it's the water sector, it's the wastewater infrastructure that allows these countries to continue to benefit from the Basin Initiative and you know, just to expand the facilities on behalf of the residents. So it does include the energy sector, but from our perspective and vantage, it's much, much, much bigger and wider than that.
Thank you very much. The chair will recognize Senator Norville Francis Jr. for his 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, and thank you all for your testimony. Very, very good research information that have been shared with us here today, and I believe that the conversation is ripe for discussion and really just long overdue, in my opinion. And you know, certainly I believe because of our geographic location, we have an argument to make in respect to having a seat at the table. Basically, I believe that when you look at the corridor that leads between the North and South of America, Europe, and the Eastern Caribbean, you know, we are well positioned and poised to have a seat at the table to be able to enter into this discussion. Not to mention that a tremendous amount of the cargo that comes that is intended for the Eastern Caribbean come through the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas and St. Croix, and then is placed in feeder ship to get to these Eastern Caribbean islands. So we should, and we are in a position to make an argument to have a seat at the table. Obviously, you know, while doing that, I think it's important that we continue to explore ways of export, because that is the ultimate goal here, is to be able to have something that you could you know, discuss and be able to negotiate in terms of exporting. And unfortunately, we have slid a little bit backwards because over the years, you know, we have had our time watch repairs here, or time little refinery, factories, as well as pharmaceutical. We had mattress you know, company. We had paper companies here where we used to do toilet paper, paper towel, all these things, and we have slid a little bit backwards. But nonetheless, you know, in terms of our zeal and zest to get better, we have created the South Shore Enterprise Zone, which I'm the author, sponsor of that legislation, along with some of my other colleagues, where we continue to really, you know, put ourselves in a position to be able to argue our case. Modernization of the framework makes sense. Great sense to me, so I want to take this opportunity to commend the bill's sponsor and moving this legislation forward. I am not a member of this committee, but I thought that the discussion was well worth being here today. I wanted to ask you, Dr. Davies, because you've been around a little bit in regards to not just here, but also down in some of the other region, Jamaica and elsewhere. Why do you believe that there is a hesitance or reluctance? Because this is not the first time we have had this discussion in respect to either being part of CARICOM or having a seat at the table there as we talk about the Caribbean region. Why do you believe that there is some barrier or you know, position that only wants to look at us as an observer and not really having a seat at the table?
Thank you very much, Senator Haldane Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. I think it's more within the context of the legislation under which we exist right now. we are governed and overseen by the United States of America. And although, for example, the BVI are neighbors, they are associate members of OECS as well as associate members of CARICOM. They're governed by the UK. Perhaps we could explore that some more and take the necessary steps to make whatever amendments are needed within the context of our legislation, or to get approval from the State Department, or a carve-out to be able to be more freely associated with our Caribbean neighbors. I think it's important for that to happen. When we look at our population here in the territory, it is a melting pot. And the opportunity for us to be able to have more integration, I think, is important. Yes, individuals visit from the standpoint of on cruise ships. They come in on the airlines and visit and stay and do business from time to time. Students come and go. But I think more meaningful engagement is going to be important for us. And we should not give up, but this is something that we should explore even more, because I think it will ultimately be possible. We will find a way. We're creative, we're innovative, we're resilient, and we want to be able to explore those opportunities and come back with real and meaningful results.
Very well. And before my time runs out, I just want to quickly touch on the 17. I don't know if we named the 17 areas that's actually part of the, Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up.
Please continue.
We have Aruba, Guyana, Montserrat, Belize, Trinidad and Tobago, Antigua and Barbuda, the British Virgin Islands, Bahamas, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts and Nevis, Haiti, Jamaica, Barbados, St. Lucia, Dominica, and Curacao. I wanted to ask you real quickly, Executive Director Sonier, whether or not you have any discussion with any of this Caribbean region in regards to some level of synergy or partnership, or being able to collaborate with any of these island nations?
Eric Saunier, Executive Director, Research and Technology Park. Most of the conversations we've had with partners in the 17 countries you just mentioned are really the entrepreneurs. And it's through our accelerator program where we've put out applications, and we found that entrepreneurs in some of these countries are solving similar problems that we're solving, or want to enter the U.S. market, or want access to U.S.-based investors. And so that's the way we've engaged mostly with these 17 different countries. And I do think a part of this modernization should hopefully include ensuring that those entrepreneurs can incorporate in the U.S. Virgin Islands, because an investor would much rather invest in a company that's incorporated in the U.S. because they understand the protections, the laws, and how to pursue any legal action if they need to, versus it being one of the other countries.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you for the time. I apologize I didn't get to query Dr. Harris or Mr. Torrey. But again, we appreciate the work that's being done. We appreciate the information that you provided, and I hope this is not the last of the conversation. I think this is a serious conversation to continue to have as we explore opportunities to be able to, to create partnership among the region, the Caribbean region, and beyond. If we could do it far and beyond, if we could go to Africa and we could go, to these other places, why not right there, where our brothers and sisters and family members are? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. It's interesting that the Caribbean now is flooded with ships. It makes our blue economy a really big opportunity to include. That's a lot of maintenance out there. There's a lot of fuel, there's repairs, there's a lot of things that goes on when you have an armada of ships in the ocean. In addition to the normal volume that we have, the commercial volume and the recreational volume. So there's opportunities, for sure. All right, last but not least, the bill sponsor himself, Senator Bocas, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, non-committee members, I want to thank you for your time, and of course, most of all, I want to thank today's testifiers. I want to thank them, each and every one of them, for their time and their expertise and their dedication, not only to the Virgin Islands and the Caribbean region, but for coming prepared to promote this bill and support what the bill intent is trying to achieve. Everyone did an excellent job. I want to just publicly thank you all for that input. We had other testifiers that were supposed to be here, and I just wanted to at least place them on the record as well. We were inviting Demi Sinian, the Executive Director of the Caribbean Export Development Agency, Valerie Henry, the Program Officer of that same agency, Vanessa Ledesma, the representative from the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, and also Dr. Didacus Jules, the Director General of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. But nevertheless, we did have with us today Dr. Kendra L. Harris, the Dean of the School of Business for the University of the Virgin Islands, Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission, Dr. Haldane Davies, the Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research, Executive Director Eric Sonier of the University of the Virgin Islands Research and Technology Park, and also Dr. Justin Ram, the CEO, who is an economist and a regional policy expert from Justin Ram Advisory. I think we got some really good insight and data and information that has definitely broadened all of my colleagues' horizons, to include myself, about what we need to do next. We have two recommendations, one from the RT Park to clarify the Virgin Islands role. We plan to make sure that we do that as soon as possible, and include, of course, the testifying stakeholders in that update, so that everyone is on the same page of music, one would say, so that when we do update the draft, it reflects what the intent of what we're trying to achieve, to include the suggestion and recommendation from the University of the Virgin Islands, to include additional industries, to include the blue economy. I heard data centers from some of my colleagues. I've heard different industries. So we're going to have a subsequent meeting after this hearing so that we can pan out all of those things and move forward with something my colleagues are going to be proud of. I don't have any questions, but what I wanted to say for the record is what we've heard today reinforces a critical point. The Caribbean Basin Initiative, as it stands today, is outdated, underutilized, and increasingly disconnected from the realities of a 21st century trade and development economy. The reason that we're requesting this modernization is not only the fact that in 2030 it is set to expire, but if it is not renewed or reauthorized, that puts us, as mentioned by several of our testifiers, in a disadvantaged situation that is going to economically harm the Virgin Islands of the United States. We now want to request and urge for a seat at the table to be able to request what we believe not only would help us as a island nation in the Caribbean, but we understand full well, because of the melting pot of society that we're a part of, we have so many other Caribbean nations that are a part of these Virgin Islands, and we understand the dynamics and the Caribbean, and we want to make sure that when something is requested, it is not just from one vantage point. It is from a collaborative, communicative, and in-depth option that would cover everyone, all of the people of the Virgin Islands, to include the Caribbean. Because our Caribbean islands, even though we're set apart by waters and seas, especially here in the Virgin Islands, because we have so many people from different island nations, we feel like we're all one. So I just want to thank each and every one of you colleagues for the questions and the verbal support that I've heard here today. I want to make sure that I place on the record that if we move forward with this piece of legislation, I will give you my word that the proper amendments will be made for the next before the next committee hearing. Okay, so I hear you, Senator. But, but you have my word, okay? So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. I want to thank the testifiers for coming today. We appreciate you guys coming and sharing your knowledge and your perspectives with us to add value to this piece of legislation. You could wrap up with a 2-minute summary. Anything you want to say, you're welcome to say, and you're excused.
I'll try to be quicker. I just want to say thank you all for inviting me to testify on behalf of this resolution. Thank you as a committee for the foresight to understand that we do need to modernize the Caribbean Basin Initiative and for including the testifiers that you did. I just want to reiterate that I am in support of the bill. I think this is a unique opportunity for us to push and be aggressive for our seat at the table so that when these decisions are implemented, we know the territory best and the region best, and that we can help make those decisions that will benefit not only us, but the Caribbean region. So thank you again for the time today.
Good afternoon again, Sandra Satori, Public Services Commission. I'd like to say on behalf of the Commission and staff, thank you to this committee for such an important legislation, but even more so the dialogue that was had here today. The legislation, I want to reemphasize that this bill or resolution starkly aligns with the Commission's shared commitment to fostering economic and public infrastructure diversification. The expansion and modernization of the Caribbean Basin legislation and initiative would allow our organization to continue to advance in the collaboration and partnership with our Caribbean countries and other utility regulators in the region and beyond. And for that, we're really grateful. We definitely foresee great things happening. Of course, this has not been my first opportunity to speak before this body, and the senators would recognize that one of my strong points is Caribbean region collaboration. That is something that is emphasized in our organization, and it has been for years and will be for years to come. So I truly appreciate this opportunity. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kendra Harris, Dean of the School of Business. Thank you for inviting me to appear before you and to include the School of Business at the University of the Virgin Islands in this dialogue. It has been very fruitful and productive. One thing that comes to mind is the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And when we think about regional collaboration, we think about bringing all entities along and making everyone better. And certainly there are a lot of resources and assets here in the territory that can be leveraged to increase our economic stability. And so I'm glad to be a part of this discussion and a part of this initiative. And I wish the best for it moving forward and achieving what it's meant to achieve.
And good afternoon once again, Halden Davies, Director, Bureau of Economic Research. We live in a unique period of history, and especially what we see around us every day. I think we are at an opportune time irrespective as to our views and opinions as to what may be transpiring, to be able to look at the national security policy, the framework that is currently in place from the United States of America, and see what position or what opportunities exist for the U.S. Virgin Islands, the blue economy in particular, the free trade zone, and for us to push those initiatives that we've been talking about for quite a long time forward. I think it's a ripe time for that, and I would encourage all of us to do that. Over the years, yes, there's been a lot of collaboration, especially when I served at the University of the Virgin Islands. We had a number of MOUs with other universities and colleges across the region, where we've had different students come to UVI, and we're able to go and visit and be able to collaborate in a number of different ways. Those should continue, and I'm sure that they are continuing. But as we look at other opportunities, let's not become wary in our efforts to ensure that this one Caribbean is real for all of us. Yes, we are within the context of the United States, but we interact with each other every day. And whatever we can do to get to that place and to that position, taking the initiative, taking a policy position for us to move forward and act on, let us do so so that results could be brought before us. Thank you, senators, for this hearing, and I trust that all will continue to move forward in a meaningful way on this particular resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Davies. We appreciate your important input in this discussion. I want to, again, thank all the testifiers for coming in and spending time with us this afternoon. You're now excused. Thank you so much. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture will be in recess for 2 minutes. record. Do I hear a motion?
Motion. Motion, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move bill number 36-0194, a resolution urging the United States Congress and the Office of the United States Trade Representative to expand and modernize the Caribbean Basin Initiative, CBI, to further support economic growth and development in the Virgin Islands and the wider Caribbean region, to be reported out to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second. Okay. Bill has been seconded by Senator Johnson, Senator Blyden, Senator Joseph, and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objection, this bill number 36-0194. Hearing no objections, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yea. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Bill number 36-019, an act urging the United States Congress and the Office of the United States Trade Representative to expand and modernize the Caribbean Basin Initiative, CBI, to further support economic growth and development in the U.S. Virgin Islands and a wider Caribbean region, has been properly moved and forwarded and will be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. Point of personal privilege, Senator Bolkes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank each and every one of you, my colleagues, for supporting this measure, and I will have the amendments at the appropriate time for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I've already seen that the senator from the West been watching me kind of hard now, so I'm going to make sure the amendment's in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is now adjourned. Good day.